another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text ROAD to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text ROAD to 323232 right now. Text ROAD to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's ROAD to 323232. Text ROAD to 323232 now.
At Common Spirit Health, we don't just see a cancer diagnosis. We see you, and you don't have to do this alone. We believe you should be surrounded by your people, so you can keep them close while you get care close to home. Supported by our care team from diagnosis to treatment and beyond, and strengthened by treatment tailored to you. Because there's no one-size-fits-all approach to cancer care. Find cancer care with human kindness close to you at mountain.commonspirit.org.
Jacob's Law and 303 Law 4040, the husband and wife law firm where you don't get passed around to a law clerk or some call center overseas. You always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
The Great American RV Show and Off-Grid Expo is back at the Colorado Convention Center, March 12th through the 14th. Explore 400-plus fresh 2026 RVs and off-grid rigs. Go to DenverSports.com to register for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD3, DU Women's Basketball faces South Dakota starting at 1, followed by DU Hockey skating with Miami starting at 6:30. On ESPN Denver 1600, DU Basketball faces North Dakota starting at 7.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We're grateful that you are here with us. We got some hoops action finally back in our life tonight. The Nuggets will be back on the hardwood. Avs tomorrow with the trade deadline approaching. So plenty to get into here today. Cecil, Lammy, we're going to start with a little Broncos conversation. I do want to get to a running back conversation about one Kenneth Walker. But as we were driving into work this morning, we got some news that the Chicago Bears are taking a name off of Bo's board for us, a man that we discussed about 24 hours ago.
Right.
In DJ Moore, Adam Schefter has the report that the Chicago Bears are working to finalize a trade that would send DJ Moore to the Buffalo Bills. Compensation still being discussed. Now, this is just a few minutes ago, so I'm not sure if anything else has happened while I walked from car to this seat.
Right.
But that's the latest on DJ Moore, so we can just scratch his name off of Bo's board. It is trade week here on Bo's board every single day, and a trade got done, just not with the orange.
Yeah, so we did Dave Montgomery on Friday, and then he gets traded on Monday or whatever.
Yeah.
And then we did DJ Moore yesterday, where I said Buffalo's the top dog in line for him. And then here we are less than 24 hours later, and Buffalo gets that guy. So Buffalo getting DJ Moore, the Denver Broncos not yet trading for the help that Bo Nix needs. And it's just curious because what are you waiting for, man?
Yeah.
Like we had discussed DJ Moore as a thought experiment. Obviously, it's something they must have had a thought experiment as well within the walls of Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit. But we told you yesterday Buffalo was going to get him. And part of the attraction of getting to DJ Moore is also a prevention of letting him go to one of those serious teams.
Yeah.
And I think there's a handful of teams in the AFC that you have to consider as your main rivals. Buffalo is certainly one of them. Kansas City is the other. I would say Baltimore, if they get stuff figured out, that's the other one. Not New England. New England's fake. Not the Chargers. They choke.
Yeah, they don't count.
Joe Burrow and the Bengals, whatever. Do they play defense? They're losing Trey Hendrickson. Is that going to help their defense?
They struggled there
awful?
with him.
Right, exactly. So, okay, who are the serious teams? Buffalo's one of them. And they already made a move that Denver, maybe you should have made. Now, I'm a little bit more, not necessarily upset. There's more important things to burn calories about rather than sports. But I would say I'm perturbed or a little bit off because the Broncos didn't go out and get David Montgomery. That was an easy call.
That one to me is, I told you yesterday, we talked about it, I wasn't all in on DJ Moore.
It was interesting.
You sold me as like what it could be and what it could look like.
A talk.
But the price tag was big. And I look at it this way. Now, I'm not saying that, I kind of learned this from you of like, hey, you're on the doorstep means you're on the doorstep. The Buffalo Bills aren't further ahead on the doorstep, and the Broncos are just behind them on the doorstep.
Yeah.
They're both on the doorstep. Mm-hmm. The national narrative would have you to believe that the Bills are closer than the Denver Broncos. I don't know that I believe that because they got the choke gene in them just like the LA team does on the other coast there.
Right.
So it's just hey, all right, they really needed this certain type of player, playmaker on the outside. Now they went and got him. Is it the missing piece? I'm not sure because something always happens in Buffalo. They go, well, we're just close right here. But it does put them a little bit closer, in my mind, to where they were when the season ended.
Yeah, and it's one of those things in Buffalo, you're kind of, if you're a Bills fan, like Zach Bye, you're hoping that, Joe Brady is their Gary Kubiak compared to Sean McDermott being their John Fox.
Okay.
Where the guy couldn't get it done, and Sean McDermott is not as likable as John Fox.
No.
I don't like Sean McDermott. I don't care who knows that or who doesn't know that. But it's one of those things where they could now get over the top. Denver, you've got work to do. You can't it's not as simple as just bring everybody, sign Alex Singleton and Justice Cernod and make sure J.K. Dobbins is back here. You do that again, it's a fool's errand. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not saying not signing Singleton or Cernod, but I'm like, you just can't rinse, repeat this thing. You need upgrades. The old stories, the nice stories that we've had of players of like Jaleel McLaughlin and Adam Troutman and all these guys that are nice stories, but not the players that are helping you contribute. Those stories are done. This Broncos team has no room on their roster for stories. They need playmakers. And that's why if someone wants Jarrett Stidham, trade for him. Get him out of here.
Oh, yeah.
And enough with this whole, just do it again. You can't. That was a one-off. It's like Daffy Duck and a magic trick. You can do it one time. Mm-hmm. So you were there. You were on that doorstep. And Jarrett Stidham cost you a chance at a Super Bowl. So, okay, keep Bo Nix healthy, make another run, but don't dare sit on your hands.
No.
And right now, not trading for David Montgomery is sitting on your hands.
Yeah.
Not trading for DJ Moore, that's a conversation. We've had that conversation just yesterday, so I get it. But, come on, George Payton, come on.
Where'd David go? Houston, right?
Houston.
When Houston trades for David Montgomery, I felt like I got left out of the party. I was like, oh, that'd be cool to be there. I'd like to experience what that feels like.
Right.
When Drew sent us the text from Adam Schefter about DJ Moore, I went, oh,
hey,
I'm not sure I want to be at that party. Let's see what it looks like when the party starts.
Right.
And I might be jealous and green with envy then.
Right.
But right now, I still have the okay, They're having a party.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I want to be there yet.
Hey, they're breaking tables and spraying each other with mustard. The freezing cold.
The creepy old guy covered in ketchup and mustard, and now DJ Moore is going to be there too.
Yeah, DJ Moore's right there to be covered in mustard. But either way, if you're the Denver Broncos, and the Dave Montgomery thing, we talked about the Breece Hall connection with Iowa State and running backs coach, who I always forget his name. Dave Montgomery is Iowa State guy. So, okay, what are you doing here? Because other teams, listen, Houston thinks they're serious. No, they have C.J. Stroud, so I'm sorry about that. But it's like they believe they're serious as far as being a contender. If you were to do Houston radio, and we're on with our buddy Lance Zierlein down in Houston.
Or Sean Pendergrass.
Exactly, there you go. You know what they think? They think they're probably neck and neck with the Broncos, or maybe even ahead of they think they may be ahead of the Broncos because of Dave Montgomery.
Yeah.
And you're sitting here doing nothing. So it's time to start working those phones. I know legal tampering. Get this thing done, because you have other teams that are jockeying for position within your conference.
Yeah.
The Broncos are now, it's a different scale. It's no longer just worrying about the AFC West. You do that first, but you think about this conference second, and I think about Buffalo making a move. I think about Houston making a move, and I'm watching George Payton sit on his hands. I don't like it.
We need to get a couple of these gas stations around town. You go get one of those burner phones. We need to get George a burner phone.
Yeah.
And then he just starts texting GMs like, hey, coming for, insert player name here Monday at 10 a.m., just so they kind of know what's going on. And then they get the text from the 303 number on Monday, and they go, oh, Georgie, but you can't prove it.
Right.
Because of the burner phone right there.
Exactly.
That's what we need for old
Somebody's
George
been watching
Payton.
Sons of Anarchy.
I've been watching a lot of stuff with burner phones lately. All right, so that's the latest. What's happening this morning? We're going to talk about some things that Andrew Mason wrote about at DenverSports.com later about Kenneth Walker. I've made my decision on my hard line in the sand on running back price, and I'll share that with everybody later. We are getting, in real time, a second Avs trade in the last 10 hours or so. Elliot Friedman is reporting that Toronto is trading Nick Roy to Nick Waugh to Colorado. How did I know that? What an idiot. To Colorado for a first and a fifth, and this is after they made a move last night to go get Nick Blankenberg, a 27-year-old defenseman that kind of is a depth piece here. Drew, you're going to have to tell us what Nick Waugh brings to the team, but if they're giving up a first for him, must be pretty nice.
Well, I'll tell you what it is not going to bring to the team, and that is Nazem Kadri.
So that's done now.
That's done.
Because of the money coming back with Nick?
And he's your third-line center. 20 points on the year, 5 goals, 15 assists with the Maple Leafs. Spent the previous several seasons in Vegas, averaging around 30 to 40 points in that stretch. So make it $3 million a year. He's got one more year on his deal left after this one. Solid player, not anything spectacular or spicy, certainly not Nazem Kadri, but a respectable piece coming from Toronto. I don't know if I love the idea of giving up a first-round draft pick for an actual third-line center. Now, if it was Nas, maybe a different conversation, but the fact that it's Nick Waugh, it's like, okay, we'll see.
Is this
Nick Waugh on a one-year deal?
Well, you got 1 year after this year.
1 year after this, okay.
Yeah.
Is this hey, we don't want to tinker with too much by bringing a guy like Nas in?
It's that. And
we know what our top 6 is. We're going to remain the same.
Yeah, and it also feels like my guess would be that the price for Nas was way too high. Because, teams are just throwing around first-round draft picks like it's left and right. It's like, yeah, these prices that these teams are paying are way too high right now.
Okay.
And so Kyrie didn't have to trade him. They certainly didn't want to. So we'll see if they go out and they add another depth forward. But this might be about it for this team right now.
So if they've given up a first and a fifth here, and then if they've given up 3 draft picks in the last 10 hours or so.
Yeah.
Okay. They're going all in, right? They're telling us, hey, kind of F them picks. Let's go get Lord Stanley back in the Mile High right now. So that's the latest. They have until 1 p.m. tomorrow to finalize what this roster is going to look like. Chris McFarland already getting going. Our guy Debo says, morning, boys. A mom car cruising still. Broncos, do something. We're bored. Says Debo. We love it. Yeah, come hard with your tribe roll call texts. Who are you? Where are you? And what you doing for a buck out there today? We'll spend a few minutes on the back end of each of our segments to give you guys a little love on the show. You changed our lives. Let us give you and your company a little shout out here on the show. RamosLaw.com text line's open. 303-713-1043. Like Debo did, put your name on it. And the YouTube page. That's always rolling. Cecil's monitoring what's going on over there at DenverSports.com's YouTube page, and then that Dover and Cecil stream. All right, Avs in action tomorrow night. Trade deadline's going to give us plenty to chat about with that group throughout the day. The Nuggets are back tonight, hosting Luka, LeBron, and the Lakers. What's the latest with the injury report, and who's going to guard Luka Doncic tonight? Let's have that conversation coming up next.
Calling all wrestling fans. Now's your chance to win your way into the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money all included. It's the Superfan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040. First, head to DenverSports.com/Superfan to register. Then tune in every hour to see if your name is called. If you hear your name, you have 10 minutes to call us back and be entered into the grand prize drawing. It's the Superfan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
At Belco Credit Union, we want to make your dream renovation a reality. Maybe that means a modern kitchen upgrade or a luxurious new bathroom. With Belco's Home Equity Choice line, you can get easy access to funds with the freedom and convenience of a home equity line of credit, plus the security and stability of a home equity loan. Plus, Belco is also offering low rates for qualified borrowers. Learn more at belco.org/choiceline. Belco is an equal opportunity housing lender. Belco, banking for everyone.
When the Nuggets are knocking down threes, you score too. If Denver hits 15 or more three-pointers, you score a free 28-ounce Gatorade Lowers Sugar the very next day at your friendly King Soopers. Gatorade Lowers Sugar is scientifically formulated with Gatorade's #1 proven electrolyte blend and has 75% less sugar than Gatorade Thirst Quencher and no artificial flavors, sweeteners, or colors. Big shots deserve next-level hydration. Only at King Soopers.
Low testosterone can be a real problem for many men. It causes poor sleep patterns, decreased energy, low sex drive, and it makes it really hard to stay in shape. And as we all know, a healthy body is very important to our overall health and well-being. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if some or all of these symptoms sound like you, we can likely help you be done with low T. We can also help you lose weight, support your metabolism, improve your gains in the gym, and more with our new targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. Our low T protocols, applied in conjunction with our body composition plans, will help most men see real improvements, true weight loss, higher energy, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and a renewed sex drive as well. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issue before you even notice them. It's like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working with perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though your kids grow up and you still don't understand 6-7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
You're listening to Sports Talk Radio at work. So is your competition. So are your customers. Denver sports fans don't half listen. They argue. They text in. They remember stats from 1998. They remember who sponsors their obsession. Audio, video, or online. We've got every angle covered. DenverSports.com. Make your move.
SodaWeightLoss.com is state-of-the-art, and SodaWeightLoss.com helped me lose 60 pounds a few years ago, and I've never gained the weight back. Why? I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. I had a real nutritionist there to help me along the way through my journey. I joined Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. You want to lose that weight? 1-866-800-SODA, online at SodaWeightLoss.com. They are there for you like they were there for me. It's SodaWeightLoss.com. Soda Weight Loss is state-of-the-art.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we are off and rolling here on Thursday edition of the program. Again, want to tell you guys, hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line and our YouTube page. Number on the text line, you ready? Save this in your phone. 303-713-1043. And then the YouTube page. Again, just get to youtube.com, search Denver Sports, click that Dover and Cecil stream, and you are in just like that. So we're talking about the big news that DJ Moore went to Buffalo, not going to be a target for the Broncos anymore, as we talked about yesterday. But Cease, tonight's a big night, man. It's always big when the Lakers come to town because their fans take over and they're annoying and all the stuff that comes with front-runner fans like Laker folks.
Oh, yeah, reminds me of the Warrior fans not too long ago.
Celtics fans can check that box as well. But it's bigger than just, hey, we all hate the Lakers. It's big because they were playing for a 5th seed. Really, they're playing for the 4th seed, lost, fall back into the 5th seed. Tonight, seeding matters as well. They're only a half game ahead of the Los Angeles Lakers today. So it's a full game swing tonight. If you lose, you're in the 6th seed by yourself. If you win, you remain in that 5 seed by yourself. Again, the 6th seed means you're right on the edge of being a play-in team, which is the route you do not want to go just to have to play extra basketball to get yourself in the actual tournament. So there's a couple of things that I'm looking for in this game tonight. And by the way, it's no Aaron Gordon. It's no Payton Watson. Spencer Jones is still dealing with his shoulder injury, so we'll see if he's available to go. But should get AG back tomorrow night in the second half of their back-to-back. All right. Joker
What's the first thing? What's the most important thing? Because you said there's a few things that you want to see that are different. There's something at the top of my list. I want to make sure it's at the top of your list because I think it's paramount.
Is it Joker dealing with physicality?
It's that, but it's the clutch game thing.
Oh, if it goes down to a clutch game.
This is going to be close, right?
It should be.
I mean, I don't look at this game against the Lakers and be like, Nuggets are going to blow them out.
No.
I also don't look at it as the Lakers are going to blow them out. I think this is going to be close. So in a clutch game, you better be different, and part of that is Joker dealing with the physicality.
They have a guy named Jackson Hayes who's a turd of a guy, but he's a big body. We know Rui from a couple years ago. Remember, they thought he cracked the Joker code,
right?
And then he made him look foolish the following game.
Well, and it was the Lakers that initially tried some different stuff with Joker, if we remember.
You know what? To your point, they kind of tried first what we're seeing now of a smaller body fronting with a bigger body in the back, because it was actually, and Rui's not a smaller body like George was in Utah, but it was Rui in front with Anthony Davis behind Nikola, and that was kind of the pinch is what they're going to call it.
Right.
But will they do that with Jackson Hayes and Rui? Probably, because it's been working over the last couple of years. By the way, you have both of those guys with longer wingspans guarding or doubling up Nikola Jokic, clogging the paint. You know what else that does? What teams have been doing? Taking away passing lanes from Nikola.
Right.
They want him to throw it over the top and swing it all the way to the corner over there for somebody to have to make a corner three. So Joker dealing with physicality, and it's on teammates. I told you this the other day. When you're getting double teamed, I need to let you know, double,
right?
So you know where it's coming from, and you can either spin opposite or get rid of the ball quicker. So it's on Joker to solve that physicality problem. It's on the other four guys around him to let him know where it's coming and when it's coming.
Yeah, and why isn't that communication a little bit better? We used to say,
It's a
Wolf.
great question.
If someone was coming up behind you like, Wolf, Wolf, Wolf.
You still hear that at the rec from time to time.
You do, but like you don't hear that, or you don't necessarily see that. We've seen some of these turnovers, easy turnovers for the opponents, where Nuggets players just aren't communicating with each other. So I'd like to see that, and that's a start. And this is a huge matchup. This is a big game tonight for the Nuggets, and you've got to be as sharp as possible. I'm not saying they have to play perfectly, but we're excited about Payton and AG getting back. Now they're not going to be back yet, and without those two, you do have to play damn near perfect.
Yeah, literally damn near, because you don't have Payton Watson, you don't have Aaron Gordon. Luka, who's going to guard Luka? All right, Christian's going to get the first opportunity. Bruce is going to get some opportunity as well.
Sure, but Luka's still going to get his.
He's definitely going to get his, and then now you don't have Aaron Gordon. LeBron's certainly not what LeBron was, But Aaron Gordon can check, the self-proclaimed king there because they can match body sizes and athleticism. So Austin Reeves is another one. Austin Reeves can fill it up, and he's coming back from dealing with some injuries, but that's still a guy that can get his own shot, create in isolation, and they'll give him the opportunity to do it. So it's Luka, it's LeBron, and it's Austin, and I only count 2 defenders that I can trust on that team named Bruce and Christian Brown.
There's something else there as well. It's mindset. I think if you're the Lakers and just thinking about LeBron, which makes my skin crawl, but thinking about LeBron in this game, you know what they're going to do? They're going to sense the blood in the water with the Denver Nuggets. This is a team that is bleeding. This is a team, I'll go Shark Boy on you, this is a team that chum in the water.
Yeah.
You see their weaknesses. Even with Joker, you're seeing flaws. You're seeing, defense is always the question, but you're seeing the turnovers with Joker. You're seeing way too many of those, right? So normally we'd be like, you got to take on the best player on the planet. What are you going to do? And all these guys, they're not healthy. They're not playing good basketball. How much do they believe in themselves? How much do they believe in where they're going? Because right now, and I know without Payton, without AG, it's different, but the mindset, you have to have the mindset of a champion, and they don't necessarily have that.
No, they don't. Dude, they just got called out from their coach. He said we need to start quarters better. That's another way of saying exactly what you're saying right now.
Yeah, and the Lakers, you know what they're going to be? We're better than these guys. We're going to leapfrog them today, and then we're going to keep moving up those standings. That's what they're thinking right now. Again, let's us do LA radio. Let's talk about the Lakers side. They're seeing this team is very beatable. And that's a problem.
They've been stubbing their toe post All-Star break. We're figuring it out post All-Star break and getting guys like Austin Reeves back. So that's exactly what they're saying.
Right. And now with this new strategy against Joker that everybody's doing it. Everybody will be doing it. You have to have that mindset. And do you have that mindset of a champion? That's the question.
What do you think's the bigger priority? Joker unlocking himself again or keeping Luka Doncic under his 32 points per game?
He's going to get 32.
So you just let Luka do it and hope everybody else is contained? He's gonna. You're right.
Yeah. Just acknowledge. I would say if you're Christian or Brucey B or anybody that's matched up with him, just understand that that's one of the best players on the planet and he's going to get his. Don't be frustrated on the other side of the court if you are tasked with guarding Luka.
Well, you know what else you can do? You can wear his ass out a little bit. He's not fat Luka and out of shape Luka like he was in Dallas, but they're going to try to hide him, Luka Doncic, on the side of the Nuggets offense. And they're going to try to hide him on Christian Brown because Christian Brown isn't that big of an offensive threat. It's a big night for Christian Brown. I'm not telling you Christian has to score 20, but his ass can't be standing over there in that corner. Christian's job tonight is to run about 12 miles in the 48 minutes because he can't stop. He has to run baseline.
Right.
He has to make Luka chase him around so that Doncic loses some of that offensive energy when the game gets late.
Yeah, Christian has to be incredibly active, so I'm recommending 3 Mountain Dews tonight for Christian Brown.
Dude, Richie just brought us Mountain Dew trolleys. I don't know if YouTube can see
Mountain
this.
Dew gummies?
And they're pretty intense. They're all a bunch of different colors, and colors aren't my strong suit, but is that blue? The blue one right there?
Blue and red.
Hardcore Mountain Dew flavor.
Mountain Dew gummy worms.
Kevin's got to try one and be another
guinea pig.
Guinea pig on it.
Gummy pig.
Or else I'm going to sit here and eat the whole bag.
I've had those.
He's had those?
You like them?
Oh, yeah.
Nice. We'll crush them during the show today.
Okay. If Mountain Dew sponsored us, we'd be straight up NASCAR in here. I'd have the jacket.
I want that fur jacket.
Exactly. I would Mountain Dew it up.
Mountain Dew tattoo?
Sure.
Yes!
If I'm getting paid.
You hear that, sales team? They didn't hear it.
If I'm getting paid, then Mountain Dew tattoo.
All right, a couple quick texts for Tribe Roll Call. Our buddy Jason in Denver. Jason, keep grinding. He says, I'm unemployed. I'm watching SpongeBob. Well, at least you're listening to the show, too, so we appreciate that, Jason. We got Kent checking in from Loveland. Nice, Kent. Building our future leaders, working for Scouting America. It's formerly known as the Boy Scouts. I didn't know they changed their names. Were either of you scouts as a kid? Straight up was Kent. Random Broncos offensive line fact. Garrett Bowles and Frank Crum, both Eagle Scouts.
Okay.
Eagle Scouts they're like the G's.
The top of the top.
Yeah, top dog.
Yeah.
I was I guess
a Boy Scout.
Okay. I didn't know they changed their name. I was a Boy Scout for a handful of years. And actually, being a sore loser that I am, after we did the soapbox car or whatever, the little
soapbox derby or whatever.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
I got 3rd place, and that wasn't good enough for me, so I just quit. I'm not taking 3rd place. I was here for 1st, didn't get it. I'm out. And literally, I never went back.
Okay, right on.
Were you?
Dude, I grew up in the country. Like,
your whole life was a Boy Scout.
yeah. So there ain't no Boy Scouts out of Grover, Colorado. Let's just say that. Always respect and all that kind of stuff. But I think we had athletics and we had youth group in church. That was it.
See, I kind of looked at Boy Scouts in church. I would get picked up by a church bus and get on it and go to church while my parents stayed at home. And then I'd go to Boy Scouts on Wednesday night, the same deal. You'd get picked up and they go. And I'm like, this is just a babysitter. I don't care if I'm in Boy Scouts or learning about the Bible. They just want me out of their hair. I'm like, you guys don't go to church. I go to church without you.
You want to have some private time. Leave them alone.
I guess I did have 3 more sisters after that. All right, keep your texts coming. Tribe roll call. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck out there today? Let's get into Bo's board. For the first time today, we're building Bo's board throughout the offseason. Names that the Broncos can go get to help Bo Nix take the next step. It's trade week, so we have a trade for a running back today. We'll tell you who, what it would cost, and what their role would be. That's coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Spring weather is unpredictable. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat unless you have the right windows. And that's why with WindowNation.com, you can count on your home being comfortable regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installers take just 1 day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit WindowNation.com for your free consultation today.
You really are amazing. My name is Glenn Jamron. I'm chairman of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. You've told us how some people get mad at you for following your own pathway in life. You've said they judge you. Know this. Each of us is entitled to our own opinion. Why? Because we're all different. The pathways you choose in life are your own. It's your life, no one else's. And that's okay. Nobody likes to feel judged. No one likes to have others mad at them. But the key to navigating judgmentalism is to check things out, make your decision, and then commit to being true to yourself. Let others say and feel what they wish. They have that right, and you have the right, the obligation, to follow your own heart. Alpine Bank. Committed to Colorado, and you.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Score big to save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever. Vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. Confetti Craze makes it easy to turn any day into a party with its delicious birthday cake flavor and big birthday energy. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. I bring these tiny bottles everywhere to cakeify my day with tasty caffeine boosts. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD3, DU women's basketball faces South Dakota starting at 1, followed by DU hockey skating with Miami starting at 6:30 on ESPN Denver 1600. DU basketball faces North Dakota starting at 7.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Nice, Kevin. Nice little touch here.
Will Smith ain't got a cuss on his raps to sell records, but I do.
I will say it's easy to make fun of Will, and it's fun. But there was a moment where I had to get my ass home from Nyber Creek Middle School to watch TRL just so I could see the video. Just the two of us. Me, him and his son. Remember that?
Yeah. Will Smith's got some good ones. Also turned down The Matrix because he didn't understand the plot. So I was like, oh, are you dumb?
Who was he going to be? Morpheus?
He was going to be Neo.
Oh, he's going to be Neo?
Yeah. And he's just like, I don't get this. I don't understand it.
Well, Keanu crushed it anyway. Wow, and Will Smith could have been Neo. He was awesome in I Am Legend or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, man. All right, I didn't know that.
He ended up doing like Wild Wild West or something.
How that
which
worked
is
out
terrible.
for him.
Terrible.
We got to get to Bo's Board, something that we're doing every day at 10:30 on the show. It's a new name for the Denver Broncos to just kick the tires on. Today, or this week, I should say, it's all about the trade market. We started last Friday with David Montgomery got traded. We've talked about Sam Laporta, Michael Pittman, DJ Moore, and he got traded. So that might mean we're going to talk about this guy. He'll be traded tomorrow. Here's today's name for Bo's Board.
There is Jalen Wright. They won't get the stop this time. Wright bursts through for a touchdown.
Handoff here. In. It's Wright for the Miami touchdown.
It is Jalen Wright, running back for the Miami Dolphins, hence the welcome to Miami from one Kevin Kistner, who's crushing it. Jalen Wright is a younger running back. Again, obviously, all the conversation on Bo's Board is what's it cost. I want to ask you what his role would be.
Yeah.
But I went back and watched some of his game tape last night. He's a physical runner, man. He's not going out of bounds.
Right.
He wants to run through you, and he wants to run over you. I absolutely love that. I absolutely love what the price tag is on this running back as well, because he's not going to cost you too much to go get if you're interested in his services. And then he's under team control for a couple more years at under $2 million each of these years. My question is, in Miami, he was always third fiddle most of the time, second or third fiddle, and then would get some more opportunities. He had a 100-yard game this year and looked good in that. I went back and watched a good chunk of that one last night.
Yeah.
His physicality jumps off the screen. His price tag is perfect, but what role could he play here in Denver?
He's Alvin Kamara.
Whoa.
Now, I've said that. I
Price
went
tag's
back.
real perfect if that's who he is.
I looked at a couple of different things here. I looked at who actually took quality running backs last year that had a kind of good room already. And the Miami Dolphins took Ollie Gordon. We talked about Ollie Gordon, the Oklahoma State back, last year before the draft of like, okay, I like Devin Neal. We talked about all the Big 12 backs except for RJ Harvey. But like Ollie Gordon was part of the conversation, like big, physical, it's got some speed to him. They had Devon Achane, and Achane will be their Jahmyr Gibbs, basically. It's what he was last year. It's what he's been for them. He'll continue to do more great things. Devon Achane is, again, like their Gibbs. Well, who's their David Montgomery? It was at one point Jalen Wright. Now, they want it to be Ollie Gordon. Gordon's built more like Montgomery, but it was Wright. So I go back to my scouting report on Wright when he came out of Tennessee, same place as Alvin Kamara. And I don't like helmet scouting, full disclosure. I do not like it at all. But sometimes when you're watching that volunteer film, you just happen to see what Alvin Kamara looked like when he was a third-round pick a few years in 2017. Right? And that world-famous draft from Mickey Loomis and company. So I look at it and I go, okay, there's Kamara tendencies. You have physicality and speed. Mainly it's his speed. Mainly it's his playmaking ability and the fact that he would be able already to work in tandem with R.J. Harvey, because while we have some concerns about R.J. and his development as a running back, those guys love him. They're still going to use him. I say it every single day, or at least every time we talk about running backs. But Jalen Wright, to me, is a cheaper price tag. We're learning that DJ Moore, by the way, was traded for a second-round pick. That price is way too much for me. I brought it up as a thought experiment, but not as a second round. No way. No.
I think we talked about a fourth yesterday.
Yeah, so it's like fourth, you got to think about it. Second, no. So if George Payton, if they picked up the phone like, hey, what do you need for DJ Moore? Hey, we're getting offered a second from Buffalo. Good for you, bud.
Go get it then.
Exactly. So moving on from that. With Jalen Wright, he's got speed. He's got a little bit of physicality. I wouldn't say he's like a powerful back, right? He's not Tyler Algier.
He just doesn't shy away from it.
Right. And that's a good thing for a back of his size, 208, probably get him about 210 in a proper weight program. So you're talking about a 210-pound back with intent as a runner, with speed as a runner, decent enough receiver out of the backfield. And if you want to kind of replay Kamara, he's not one-for-one Kamara, but that program identified him as someone as like a follow-up. And again, several years later, because he was drafted just a couple years ago in 2024. But I really like the idea of trying to tempt the Dolphins into getting rid of Jalen Wright, and you could probably get him for like a fifth-round pick.
I wrote down on the rundown, who says no to this? They need a quarterback, right? City's so hot right now. I'm gonna pick up the phone. I'm George Payton. You're the Miami Dolphins. Hey, Miami Dolphins, how's it going? Great, cool. I really like Jalen Wright. Wouldn't mind seeing him in orange and blue. You guys need a quarterback because Tua ain't it. Give me Jalen Wright. I'll send back Jarrett Stidham. I also want a third, maybe a fourth from you. Let's talk about it.
Hey, I'm all open for that because it gets rid of Jarrett Stidham.
He's got a quarterback next to his name, right? That brings draft capital.
That brings a little bit more to the conversation. So it's like some of these players on Bo's board, whether it's free agents, I'm thinking of our conversation about Jalen Naylor. Like, you have to look at these things. It's not about the stats. It's not about what they've done. It's about who they were in college, what's under the surface there, what's untapped with that team. And I'm not saying that he deserved more playing time than Devon Achane because that's untrue. Devon Achane is a stud running back. But I'm here to tell you, Jalen Wright is no slouch, no slappy at all whatsoever, and can come in and fit the bill in a committee with R.J. Harvey.
Kevin Kistner, what do you make of one Jalen Wright? We all know they need running backs, so I don't know there's an argument about the position, just the player and then the cost of what it would take to grab him.
First off, what we need to do is every time we mention a player, they get traded or signed the next day. So, Cecil, can you make a case for Justin Jefferson like right now? That way tomorrow he could be a Bronco possibly.
It's kind of ridiculous how this is happening, right?
Yeah, it is, dude.
Drew goes, this little conspiracy theory over here, right?
Okay, all right. I like it.
Where's Jalen Wright fit with this team? He's not the starter, is he?
It's a committee backfield with Jalen Wright. It's him and RJ. So the starter necessarily doesn't matter. Wright's the guy that gets the ball as a runner more than RJ.
Yeah. Would Jalen Wright be, all right, if you're going to tell me you're going to go get Jalen Wright in your running back rooms, Jalen Wright and RJ Harvey, would this open the door up for a J.K. Dobbins? You're that other guy that knows you might get 9 games out of you.
No, because they'd probably put J.K. in over Jalen. So just for this purpose of this exercise, Kev, I'll say he is the starter. He's the primary ball carrier. That's it.
I don't like it then.
Too much responsibility?
Too much from a quote-unquote unknown guy.
Unproven.
He's not unknown, though.
Well, I'm sorry, unproven.
He's unproven at the NFL level. That's fair.
That's a better word.
That's fair, yes.
I still want some Star Wars numbers here.
You don't see the star power within Jalen Wright? You don't see the speed and power combination in Jalen Wright?
I see it, but
you don't want it? For a cheap price?
For a cheap price, if he's going to replace Jaleel McLaughlin, if he's going to be the second guy behind a Kenneth Walker.
So if it's a full-time guy, you want a sure thing. Guarantee on the box.
If we're going out and getting a starter this offseason, it's got to be someone off one of Bo's big board here. It's got to be one of these top running backs.
That's Walker, Etienne, Dowdle, Tyler Algier.
It's got to be one of those guys. I can't go into another Super Bowl window with R.J. Harvey and Jalen Wright as my two lead backs. Maybe you could bring J.K. back, and you could kind of sell me on that. But if it's one of these big star guys, R.J. Harvey and then Jalen Wright for a 7th round pick, to be the replacement for Jaleel McLaughlin, then I'm totally in. I wouldn't mind if he kind of replaces RJ at certain spots on the field. But as a starter, I just don't think I could do that in a Super Bowl window.
All right, that's
if
fair.
we're the Broncos from 5, 6, 7 years ago, fine. Why not? Let's try it out.
My appeal, and I think it's where you are, is I watching last night. I'm like, oh, there's a ceiling there that we could get to by week 8, 9 of this coming
And
NFL
I understand
season. And
it's-
then what's that look like?
It's projecting, but this guy got to start one time in a 100-yard game. So we have to separate ourselves from, he hasn't done anything yet. He had one opportunity to start and he had a 100-yard game. This kid can play. I'm telling you, this kid can play, and he could be a 1,000-yard back for the Broncos. Again, Kamara tendencies. He's not a one-for-one for Alvin Kamara. But I think that this is the type of approach. If they're clearly not going to trade for Dave Montgomery, and they couldn't get anything with Breece Hall because the Jets protected him, if Kenneth Walker isn't the guy
I'm not paying more than $10 million for Kenneth Walker.
We're going to talk about Kenneth Walker more. I think we need to let's think about this a little bit more. I'm not going to accept your no just yet, Kev.
I will say this. To Kevin's point, I think overwhelmingly
Kev's like, but it's my opinion.
Broncos country would feel like Kevin of like, wait a minute, our backs are RJ Harvey and Jalen Wright?
Yeah.
Because there is some unknown and unproven to who he is. Like I said, what I saw a ceiling that I go, and that guy could probably pop given the opportunity to be a full-time running back. Tribe members, you tell us, yay, nay, Jalen Wright, would you go trade for the guy? It's not going to break the bank to get him, and he's not going to break the bank when his contract arrives on the books here in the Mile High City. Tell us on the RamosLaw.com text line. Tell us over on the YouTube page. We'll get caught up there. And then you brought up a guy like Jalen Naylor. We talked about him. This dude's a hot commodity. Up to 10 teams interested in one Jalen Naylor. So what would it look like if there's a bidding war for this dude? We'll tell you next.
If the Broncos have to make a choice on one position group in the NFL draft, which one would it be?
I would definitely put the priority on tight end. If you can find, let's say all things being equal, and you find a running back and a tight end that you have equal grades on, and let's call them the second rounders, you got to take the tight end, especially with the consideration here is we just have not been able to develop one in forever.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
He got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Jacob's Law and 303 Law 4040, the husband and wife law firm where you don't get passed around to a law clerk or some call center overseas. You always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
You know what it takes to win: the preparation, the game plan, the refusal to quit when things get hard. You bring that same mentality to your business every single day. But even the best teams need fans in the seats. At Denver Sports, we put your business in front of Denver's most passionate, loyal audience, on air, online, and on the big screen. You've got the drive, we've got the reach. Visit us online at DenverSports.com. Let's build your roster.
Sex, intimacy, love. These three things are critical to a good relationship, and that's the problem with erectile dysfunction. It often destroys sexual enjoyment and intimacy. It stresses the love between partners, often to the breaking point. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with ED, you likely know exactly what I'm talking about. But I also want you to know that ED doesn't have to impact your relationship anymore. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts with our focus on men's sexual health. We've treated tens of thousands of men and have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. I promise you, if you're like most guys, you can get your sex life back, perhaps even performing like you haven't in years. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to better sex, better intimacy, and deeper love. Call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
So you dust the mantle on Monday, and it's covered again by Tuesday. It's frustrating, right? But don't just look at the mantle. Do me a favor. Remove one of your vents and take a look inside. You see that buildup? That's where the musty smell of dust is coming from. Your home system is just recirculating that dust over and over again until you finally press that reset button on your home's air quality. Mark Schlereth here. You need to call my friends at Ductworks. Ductworks sets the standard for clean air in Colorado. In fact, they are NADCA certified, which means they're insured and you're receiving quality through knowledge. And they don't just blow the air around. They use specialized scraping system to scrub the walls of your air ducts, removing years of grime. Call them today at 303-425-0985 for a free estimate. Commercial or residential, get a fresh start today. Call 303-425-0985 or visit them at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
Do you know what's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide? If you guessed Discover, you guessed right, based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, we want to talk about a bidding war that might be going on for a wide receiver the Denver Broncos may have some interest in. But first, we got to call our first name for our Super Fan Send-Off contest. If you've been listening, you know what it's all about, and shout out to you for doing it. If you're just hearing Super Fan Send-Off for the first time, well, welcome. Thanks for checking us out. And how about you get involved in our contest to see if we can hook you up with a sweet prize. You could be heading to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world thanks to 303 Law 4040 if your name is Stouffer Gill. Stouffer Gill, call us back in the next 10 minutes at 303-713-1043. If you do it, you're entered into the drawing for our Superfan Send-Off Grand Prize. That is a pair of 2-night tickets to the event in Vegas. Got to get there, so round-trip airfare for you and a guest from Denver to Las Vegas, 2 nights hotel stay, and $500 preloaded on a Visa gift card. It could all be yours, Stouffer Gill, if you call us back in the next 10 minutes at 303-713-1043. If you haven't signed up, do what Stouffer did. Get to DenverSports.com/superfan. Get signed up and then listen weekdays every hour between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. to hear if your name is called. Stouffer Gill. We are looking for you, Mr. Gill. All right, Cease. We talked a little bit about a couple things yesterday. Max Crosby being traded. Apparently, the Raiders are now looking for 2 first-round picks for Max Crosby.
They're probably going to get 2 first-round picks for Max Crosby.
And they'll probably get that, and if it becomes a bidding war, they're going to get that and more because teams are going to have to outbid themselves. Speaking of outbidding, a name we talked about with interest, and I believe, he's over there on your 2026 free agent wish list board. A wide receiver from Minnesota in Jalen Naylor. Kevin sent us an article about up to 10 teams that could be interested in his services. Great for him and his agent, maybe not so great for all those 10 teams, which we assume the Broncos are a part of, because now it's about, hey, who's going to give me the best role and who's going to give me the biggest bag?
Yeah, who's going to get you the biggest bag and how much activity are we going to see over the weekend? I know legal tampering opens Monday, but we're going to hear stuff Saturday and Sunday. George. Are you listening, George? Like, let us hear something Saturday and Sunday. I think that would be awesome. I know it kind of takes the wind out of the sails for free agency because then Wednesday when it's official, it was like, yeah, we knew that Saturday it was going to happen. But you definitely got some competition out there. Teams are trying to find bargains. Teams are looking at guys like a Jalen Naylor. They're looking at reserve players thinking, what would you be with more of an opportunity? What would you be if your team actually used you right? What would you be if you got that shot? And could that shot be here? Now, what's the price tag? So everyone's looking for bargains and values. Jalen Naylor's going to provide that for whatever team he goes to.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the guy. When you brought him up as a possibility, it's like, all right, it's almost like we were talking about with Jalen Wright. There's a ceiling there that has not been even talked about, discussed, because he's just second, third fiddle pretty much his entire career.
Yeah.
So I really like that name. A part of his appeal is like, oh, hey, he's probably not going to be that expensive. That's out the window now.
Yeah, that's out the window now. Now there's a couple of things, and we won't have enough time to get to them all because free agency starts next week. But Jonnu Smith has been released by the Steelers, tight end. I think he's like a Delaney Walker type of player where he's an H-back, a tight end, a move tight end. So the Steelers moving on from him. Whatever, didn't make hay with Aaron Rodgers. That's fine. Jonnu Smith has some talent. That's a player, if I'm the Broncos, I would have some interest in. He's a free agent now. And then the Buccaneers not tendering Sean Tucker, Syracuse kid, running back, who, again, one of those guys like Jalen Wright, didn't get the opportunity because he's behind Bucky Irvin and he's behind Rachaad White. But Sean Tucker can play. When he got opportunities this year, he made plays for the Buccaneers. He's now going to be an unrestricted free agent as well. So, again, if you have to, and you have to do this, you cannot look at the box score and you cannot look at the career stats and be like, what? And you can't look at the depth chart of he's the third string guy. What would I want him for? He's a player that has made plays. Against Buffalo this last year, 106 yards and 2 touchdowns in a game. By the way, 3 touchdowns in that game.
Wow.
Because he had a receiving touchdown as well. That was week 11. So, again, one of these guys, very limited opportunity, but when Sean Tucker got a chance to start, he had 3 touchdowns and 100 yards.
So that's what's appealing to me, especially in that running back room. Because I told you, I know Davis is calling plays. I haven't seen what that looks like. I assume, every coach is going to have more of an emphasis on the running game than Sean Payton did, but I want to know, like, hey, I'm going to get my money's worth out. That's why I said when talking about Kenneth Walker. All right, you tell me now Kenneth Walker's going to get $12 million? See you later. I am definitely not paying Kenneth Walker anything close to $10 million. Just would not do it. So I'm more in the wheelhouse of where you are of show me value and the opportunity to continue to develop and then get the player that you want it to be by, like I said, week 8, week 9. If they're rolling with their new running back or a guy like Jalen Naylor, that's okay because they're going to play another 10 weeks after that.
And again, we don't have time because of Bo's board and free agency starting next week, but the reports out of Seattle, because I thought Rashid Shaheed, former New Orleans Saint Rashid Shaheed, was just going to get scooped up. Seattle's just going to boom because they traded for him, right?
Apparently they're far away on contract negotiations.
So if Rashid Shaheed hits the open market, I'm just telling you, then you have 2 all-pro returners. You have Mims and Shaheed, and then Shaheed as a developed receiver already. So everything that we want Marvin Mims to be, which I believe he can be, you already have that in Rashid Shaheed, who now might actually get to the open market. Now, it's going to be expensive because if Seattle won a Super Bowl with this guy, which they did, and now are struggling to find a contract, that tells you the type of money Rashid Shaheed might be getting.
See, and then it goes back to the conversation from some of the wide receivers we talked about, paying them a bunch of money and blocking the growth/development of these younger guys. That's what turns me off just a little bit.
Yeah, so as free agency gets here, you see teams preparing for that by cutting some players, maybe reworking some contract. We're hearing of players getting on the trade block. That's what's happening right now. So even though it's not free agent week, it's not a bunch of activity.
They're all getting ready for it.
There's the activity before the activity. When the Chargers even released Will Dissly yesterday, I'm like, he's been a problem for the Broncos when they played him. So it's like, okay, like there's upgrades that are there. You've got to get more upgrades on this roster.
They're pre-gaming. Remember pre-gaming back in the day?
Yeah.
Like, dude, we're going to get the Hollywood Legends at 7 o'clock, and we're going to pre-game in the parking lot, and we're going to go in at 10. That's what it was, right? You remember Hollywood Legends?
Yes, of course.
Sheridan and 6th over
there?
there?
Yeah, that's where I took my shirt off. One of the many times I took my shirt off on the dance floor.
They used to do, because it was Sunday night, like 18 and up. And that's when the first time I experienced what a foam party was.
Yes. Yeah, the foam party, the bubbles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fights in the
Hollywood's
parking lot.
legends.
Dude,
Yes.
it was sick.
Yeah, it was
like
awesome.
Multiple times where pregame in the parking lot, don't even go in because you're stupid and you got in a fight in the parking lot and they told you to leave. Or you had to leave before the police showed up.
Oh, yeah.
Hollywood legends. Shout out to it. What a great old-time place. All right, hour 1 done, quarter 2 coming on deck, and it's 11 o'clock on a Thursday. You know what that means? Well, if you're a Tribe member, you do. If not, welcome. You're new. We talk to our Broncos insider, Mike Kliss, on Thursdays at 11 o'clock. Let's talk to him about where this offense needs help and how much of a priority, as we're talking about running back today, it is for them to address as soon as Monday. We'll ask Kliss that question next.
Is the former Stanley Cup champion the remedy to bring the Avalanche back to glory?
At 35 years old, is Nazem Kadri a missing piece that you go, hey, here's a guy that can fix some of the issues we've been arguing about?
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Colorado! Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors. Guys, we've had the driest winter in decades, over 50 years in some areas, and that means a higher wildfire risk. Now's the time to protect your home. 5280 Exteriors installs fire-resistant, non-combustible, low-maintenance upgrades built to handle Colorado's extreme weather. Choose James Hardy siding, Timber Tech decking, and Pella Impervia fiberglass windows. Plus, get 60 months no-interest financing. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach By and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
The Great American RV Show and Off-Grid Expo is back at the Colorado Convention Center, March 12th through the 14th. Explore 400-plus fresh 2026 RVs and off-grid rigs. Go to DenverSports.com to register for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD3, DU Women's Basketball faces South Dakota starting at 1, followed by DU Hockey skating with Miami starting at 6:30. On ESPN Denver 1600, DU Basketball faces North Dakota starting at 7.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it?
And he's presented by Fitness Gallery. You can follow him on Twitter at MikeKliss9News. Mike, we always are grateful for your time and always looking forward to this conversation. This will be the first time, or the last time I should say, we get to talk to you before the tampering window opens and things really get going with free agency next week. So we want to jump right into that. We've been talking a lot about running backs on the show today. We heard you tell the morning show that you didn't hear they were in on David Montgomery. What are you hearing about their priority with the running back room?
Yeah, it's a priority, but they were not. I do not think they were in on David Montgomery, from what I was told. You know, he got quite a bit for an older back. He's finishing up his second contract, maybe going into his third. That's to give up a fourth and a seventh and a player that equates to basically a third round pick, high second, depending on what you think of the player, a swing offensive lineman. That's a pretty steep price. I'm sure they made a call because George Payton calls on everybody and kind of says, well, what does it take? He always has a preliminary conversation he's supposed to as a GM. And then, but I don't think it went further than that.
Well, as we talk about the running backs, Mike, and we'll just have to guess this, but would you anticipate that Davis Webb is going to be more open? He doesn't need to run it at the top of his play sheet the way Sean Payton did. Will the Broncos, regardless of who they add, and they want to swing big, will they commit to the ground game a little bit more?
That's interesting because my experience is first-time offensive coordinators are more aggressive. They want to put it up. They want to score a lot of points.
Yeah.
You don't score a lot of points running the ball. You run the ball to control the clock, to kind of control the pace of the game, but you don't run the ball to score points. So, I don't know. I do think they want to run the ball more. I know Sean Payton wants to run the ball more effectively, but Davis Webb, he's going to want to push it more than he's want to push it more down the field than Sean did. I was talking to Greg Cosell over the combine. You guys know Greg?
Oh, yeah, he's a legend.
Yeah.
Yeah, I admire his knowledge of particularly the offensive part of the game a lot. And he said what struck him about the Broncos offense was that it was more of a ball distribution offense rather than the traditional passing offense. a screen out here, a little slant there, bubble screen over there. It was almost like an extension of the running game is what Sean Payton did. And there are stats where the Broncos were third in the league in calling screens, and in home games, for whatever reason, they threw more screens than anybody. So, I just think Davis Webb, that's almost going to be a dichotomy there, a contradiction, where I'm not sure Davis Webb's going to want to come out and hand the ball off.
That's interesting.
That's fair.
Very interesting
Very
and
fair.
fair, yeah, because of the first-time play caller. All right, well, if that's going to be the case, Mike, let me ask you about wide receiver. Cecil and I have obviously kicked some names around, and, hey, who can they go get? My hesitancy, I guess, for lack of a better term, is do they go out and get this giant star or bigger playmaker at wide receiver, and then what does that do blocking the development of these young guys? And where are their heads out of, hey, we still want Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant, Marvin Mims to have bigger roles, but we need a guy to make an impact right now?
Yeah, a week ago, what I was hearing was the Broncos weren't going to make a big splash at receiver. Running back was a priority. Tight end, a joker to go along with Ingram was a priority. Inside linebacker is a big priority. Receiver is somewhere after those three positions. They do have the four that they like. They need another receiver, and preferably one who can return kicks, kind of help out, ease the load on Marvin Mims, so he can do a little more receiving. He's a real good punt returner. Keep him on punt returner. Use him a little more as a receiver. Maybe take him off the kickoff returner a little bit more than what you did last year. They started to at the end of the year after he got a couple of concussions. And that seems like the wise move to go again this year. But I think they want a number 3 receiver type. I don't think they'll go big at receiver. A number 3 receiver type who can return.
Is there a chance that either Evan Ingram or Dre Greenlaw aren't here in 2026?
Yeah, there's a chance. Greenlaw especially has no guaranteed on the $9 million. He has a $2 million injury guarantee, and I don't think that applies as much as he was injured last year. He was healthy enough to play in the last 2 games. I think he's definitely vulnerable. And, he only played half the season for $11.5 million. And so that's a guy that definitely is vulnerable to a cap casualty. And Ingram, from what I understand, he's got $5 million guaranteed this year on the 11.5. So that's a decent chunk to eat. I think for going into this, the plan is to keep Ingram. Unless they get Dallas Goedert for $5 million and Sadiq falls to number 30.
Right.
Barring you never say never, but barring the unlikely. I think Ingram's probably going to be okay. From what I understand, Davis Webb wants a crack at seeing if he can use him a little more.
See if he can be better than Sean Payton with his little joker. Talking with our buddy Mike Kliss. Couple more minutes spinning with our Broncos insider from 9 News. Mike, last one I got for you. Is Bo Nix a part of any of these conversations about free agents, or is he just busy being a dad for the first time?
Well, I think the dad is probably a priority, but if there's anybody that he played against in the Pac-12, the old Pac-12, Sadiq, he can give an opinion, even though Sadiq came on quite a bit after Bo had him. Sadiq was a true freshman who had 5 catches from Bo a couple of years ago, and he wound up with 50 last year. He really developed, but still, Bo can speak to his personality and character. Somebody like that, he would have something to say on that. But otherwise, no. I think that's Sean Payton doesn't want to get to a point where any player on the team is bigger than another. One reason why this team has turned it around is there's been a real team before self, and they play for each other. And you start doing that where Bo's, quasi GM, that kind of separates him from the rest of the locker room, and Sean Payton doesn't want to do that.
All right, sounds fair. So he'll just be busy being dad for the first time. And yeah, you're right. That probably takes up plenty of his off-season time. Mike, it's always great to check in with you. When we do this thing next week, we'll know about a bunch of different roster moves, so we'll be looking forward to that. Have a great week, and we'll check in soon.
Thanks, guys.
There he is, our buddy Mike Kliss, at Mike Kliss 9 News on Twitter.
We got to party with that guy.
Dude, I'd like to. We were texting about it last night. I want the same things with Kevin as well. Our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss, is presented by Fitness Gallery. They sell the world's finest fitness equipment. All right, let's react to a couple things we just learned from our buddy Mike Kliss. Plus, we'll give you the latest. An Avs trade goes down last night and this morning. We'll tell you what you need to know about the roster for the Colorado Avalanche now coming up next.
They say history repeats itself, but this is a cycle no one expected. Can the Nuggets change this narrative before it's too late?
Nikola Jokic has not won back-to-back games since the week before Christmas. It's March.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and Cecil. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax-free edition only. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. Now this is taxes.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
1877 cards for kids. KARS cards for kids.
Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your card can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1877-CARS-for-KIDS. Donate your card today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Score big to save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Between groceries, travel, and higher prices, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, especially if you're already relying on credit cards to cover the basics. If that debt is piling up, you're not alone. If you're a homeowner, you might have considered reaching out to American Financing, but hesitated because you don't want to give up your low mortgage rate. That's why American Financing created the Smart Equity Loan, a simple, smart way to get your finances back on track without giving up your low mortgage rate. Unlike a HELOC, which can fluctuate with the market, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate, so you'll have one predictable monthly payment. It lets you use your home's equity to pay off high-interest debt, free up your cash flow, and still keep your existing mortgage intact. There are no upfront fees to find out how much you can save. Call 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, good stuff from our buddy Mike Kliss. React to a couple things he said, then tell you what the latest is with your Colorado Avalanche and some trades. I really like your question, Cease, about, what do you expect out of a guy like Davis Webb? Again, it's like, all right, I like his answer, but I also like, all right, so you're telling me they're going to continue to ignore running the football,
right?
Which is not ideal. Cecil asked Mike Kliss, hey, how do you see Davis Webb as a first-time play caller? Will he actually have an emphasis on the run game? And Mike's answer was, well, I've seen first-time play callers, and they're not real excited to just get in there and turn around and hand the ball off a bunch.
Right.
They want to show who they are and what they can get out of their guys.
They want to show off.
Show off a little bit.
Yeah.
So Davis could be aggressive, but not with the run game, more of throwing the ball downfield. Does that change any of your offseason priorities with that in mind?
No, I mean, they still need to be able to run the ball. Hopefully Davis just has a little more stick-to-itiveness.
Yeah.
Mace doesn't like that term, but have a little more wherewithal, have a little more consistency with your rushing attack. I know it's not sexy and it's not going to score you the points necessarily, but it's just going to make your entire offense better if you actually have balance. We want the most dangerous Bo Nix ever. That doesn't happen with him leading the league in passing attempts. That happens with balance. Defenses will adjust.
Mm-hmm.
Now Bo kills you over the top. He slices you up because his favorite target's the open guy. I was discouraged in understanding why Kliss answered that the way he did. But then I was encouraged when he said that Davis Webb might see what he can do with Evan Ingram.
Yeah. That's like, that's I would imagine there was a lot of moments last year, and we've had the good cop, bad cop conversation with the Nuggets coaches of, all right, Evan clearly frustrated with some of the things he said afterwards. I would imagine there's some conversations between Davis and Evan of like, hey, let me see what I can do to get you unlocked a little bit. Let me go talk to Sean. And then now this happens, and he goes, hey, I'm in charge now. Let's regroup, regather our thoughts, who you are as a Bronco, and see what 2026 can bring.
Yeah, and that's the thing of okay.
I'm not going to hold my breath, but that's what's being said.
Yeah, to get a fresh start, get a new look at this thing, and, maybe we'll see a better version of Evan Ingram this year. I'm open for that, but I'm also open to them getting Kenyon Sadiq. I'm also open to them getting Eli Stowers. I'm open to them trying for Dallas Goedert, who won't be here for $5 million, as Kliss suggested. It's probably going to be a little bit more than that. So we'll see what the Broncos do. If they want to make a splash at running back, tight end, and inside linebacker, well then splash. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, with that stick, right? Do something. Poking you. Come on, do something. But yeah, that's kind of the bigger things that we got away from Kliss is what Davis would be or wouldn't be when it comes to running the football. And then not a huge splash at wide receiver because of the emphasis on running back, tight end, and then inside linebacker. Final thing here before we talk Avs is that Evan Ingram and Dre Greenlaw question. Hey, what are the chances that they're not here? Evan Ingram kind of mentioned, hey, probably likely be here, but it kind of sounded to me that it's not necessarily just a sure thing for Mr. Dre Greenlaw.
Right.
That's how it should be. He was kind of a disappointment last year, from being real.
He was, and you can't
I
have
said
that.
The word. People are going to hate me now, the Dre Greenlaw fan club. Called him a disappointment.
The D word, right? Disappointment. It's true. Everything he said was true about Dre Greenlaw, and there's nothing guaranteed out there for these veterans. You've got to make plays, and I love where the Broncos are at in terms of you got to get guys that can help you make plays.
Yeah. All right, we'll revisit some of that conversation. If you missed what Mike had to say, we'll revisit some of his answers later on in the show, or you can just always find our podcast that Kevin puts up after every hour and is available for you in full at about 2:05 every single day. Got a couple of Avs trades to talk about here, Cease. We had one go down last night. where the Colorado Avalanche made a trade with Nashville, and they got Nick Blankenburg back. He's a defenseman. It's just a 5th-round pick in next year's draft. This isn't sexy at all. This is like, hey, we might need an extra defenseman just in case. That's exactly what Blankenburg is. I don't know that you'll ever see him on the ice for more than a small role in a game here or there, and probably shouldn't see him on the ice at all when it comes to the postseason. But the other trade that went down today, and this is this morning, was for Nicholas Waugh. And Nicholas Waugh is going to come in here and be your third-line center. They did give up a 1st-round pick and another 5th-round pick.
With conditions on them.
With conditions to get Waugh here. 1st-round pick, if it's a top 10, it won't be, but it would go back to the following year. It's a lot to give up for a guy who's going to be your third-line center. He's not going to come in and be this major threat offensively. In fact, learn a little bit more about him. He's kind of a defensive-minded third-line center. He's big, physical. He's not going to be this great skater that you see with Nate and the other guys on this roster. This, to me, is all right, we kicked the tires on big names like Nas. The price was absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, we're all in right now, but we can't mortgage all of that they were asking.
Right.
How can we get better and not completely dismember our roster or our future with draft picks? I will tell you, I told Drew this. Hey, a 1st-round pick, that comes with some expectations for me. I think you would feel the same way. It's kind of
course,
a rule across sports.
Yeah.
1st-round pick means you got to do something for this team. If it's as simple as shoring up that third line so we don't have to hold our breath when they're on the ice, all right, I might be cool with that.
Yeah, and we don't yet know if he's going to be available on Friday against Dallas, so we'll put a pin in that and see how, all the stuff goes from coming from Canada. But with Waugh, not related to Patrick Waugh, by the way. I've seen that on the text line on the YouTube chat. Like, that's not the case. But with Waugh, I would say the primary answer, or I guess the question I would have in this whole trade deadline conversation is, are you getting more physical? If the answer is yes, and it's clearly yes with Waugh, then I say good. Now, the price tag, that's where the expectations come in. So, Nicholas Waugh, you look at what he did with Vegas as a champion, Stanley Cup champion, 2023, 24 off the top of my head.
AHL champion, too, with Marty Netchus. He and Marty Netchus won the Calder Cup together back in 2019 in Charlotte. So, some familiarity there.
Okay, so you get some more physicality. Get a guy that's familiar with one of your best players, Marty Netchus, so that's good. I think this is a good move, and we'll have to see it play out on the ice. But the Colorado Avalanche, always scheming. Chris McFarland always coming up with stuff, even some stuff out of left field. Yeah, because nobody was saying this.
Drew, if I say I'm going to have some expectations because there's a 1st-round draft pick attached to this guy's name. What's a fair expectation for a third-line center joining a brand-new team?
Oh, that's a good question. I think, my guess is the Avalanche are banking and hoping that he can be the player that he was in Vegas, the year they won the Stanley Cup in 2023, because you go back and you look at that season, he was pretty good for the Golden Knights. You go back to that playoff run when they won the Cup, he was an 11-point player in 22 games.
Wow.
3 goals, 8 assists.
Damn.
That's pretty good. His possession numbers were really good that season as well.
He's played 80 playoff games, 79, round up one.
He's played a lot. He was with the Golden Knights when they were, one of the teams to beat in the league. So, a fair expectation, it's probably, I don't know, are we thinking for the playoffs?
Mostly for the playoffs.
It's playoffs.
It's hard to judge an expectation for the regular season, but I don't know. Can he be an 11-point player?
A point every other night guy?
Every other night guy, yeah. If in a Stanley Cup run, because now you're looking at the way the lineup sets up now, if everything is going to stay the way it is after the trade deadline, everybody's healthy, you're putting him on a line with Ross Colton on the left side, and you got Victor Olofsson on the right side. Pretty good line.
That is.
In theory, that should be a pretty good line. So if he can get anywhere near or close to those numbers the year that they won the Stanley Cup, that would be an encouraging sign for me. I think if you're an Avalanche fan that's looking like, you look at just this year in Toronto and what he did, not great. But you got to look at the big picture with the Maple Leafs, not a very good hockey team. Like a lot of guys' numbers down. Austin Matthews, their star player, his numbers are down. So don't look at what he did in Toronto. It's a different team. It's a different thing. He came off the trade. He was traded for Mitch Marner in the offseason. So, like I said, if he can get back to what he was in the postseason a couple years ago, I think you could look at this as a win for the Avs.
What if I said, hey, for the rest of the regular season, find your role? That's the expectation. Fit in. And in the playoffs, let's put some point expectations on it.
Well, that's always the worry, I think, when you make these moves around the trade deadline. We talked about it a lot last year with all the moves that they made, bringing in Charlie Coyle, bringing in Brock Nelson. The runway to get adjusted to your new team is not very long. So it's hard to do, especially if you are a top 6 guy. The good news here is he's not a top 6 guy. He's not going to be expected to be a top-notch player. Like, I kind of compare it like, all right, now I know the contract and what they gave up and stuff like that is different, but go back to the Cup year when they acquired like Andrew Cogliano, when they got Nico Sturm, guys like that, like the kind of the glue guys that made an impact in the postseason. That's what you should be looking for, and that's probably what McFarland is looking for with this trade.
All right. Yeah, I mean, first round. That's going to jump off the page when Avs fans see it. First round.
But those playoff expectations are there.
That's right. Yeah, we'll go point every other night guy once it really, really matters. Couple quick texts for Tribe Roll Call. Our buddy Casey from Parker says, "What's up, Tribe? I'm on the east side of town today, making sure dispensaries are stocked up and ready to rock for the weekend." We got the other side of that coin. Debo, he's in his mom's ride. He's selling wine up in your parts, Cecil.
Whoa.
Roxborough.
Nice.
He wrote, "Are all the moms hot down here?" Well, Devo, sounds like you're having a good day of work, man. Chilling there in the beautiful setting that is Roxborough.
Yes, I live in a postcard.
That's exactly right. A retired military member out and about with the wife getting supplies before tomorrow's snowstorm. Just wanted to let the tribe know tonight's Nuggets-Lakers game will be on Amazon Prime. Thank you there for letting us know. Don't forget to throw your name on it. Oh, he did. Lou, one, thanks for the text. Thanks for listening. And more important than all of that nonsense, thanks for your military service and making this country free for fighting the way you did. We always have time for military folks and our police here in the great state. Keep your texts coming. Tribe Roll Call lasts for 4 hours. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck out there today? All right, Cease, let's get into a Broncos conversation, a little bit more about Davis Webb. We know Davis Webb is going to call the plays. What does his running game plan look like based off of what we just learned from Sean? Sean's going to design the offense, but Davis will call the plays. So how much of an emphasis will actually be on said running game? We'll get into that a little bit more next.
Calling all wrestling fans. Now's your chance to win your way into the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money all included. It's the Superfan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040. First, head to DenverSports.com/Superfan to register. Then tune in every hour to see if your name is called. If you hear your name, you have 10 minutes to call us back and be entered into the grand prize drawing. It's the Superfan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Well, you know how it goes in Colorado. Beautiful today, snow tomorrow. So if your AC or heat seems to be running nonstop, no matter the season, you live in Colorado, and your AC seems to run nonstop with your heaters running nonstop because your windows are probably to blame. When window insulation fails, your warm air leaks out into the winter and your cool air disappears into the summer. But my friends at WindowNation.com, they've got the solution. Right now, you can replace your old windows with high-quality, energy-efficient, custom-built windows and save big. The more you buy, the more you save, with up to 50% off every window style. And with financing options like $0 down and payments starting at $199 a month, upgrading your whole home has never been easier. WindowNation.com. Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, and every customer benefits from Window Nation's unmatched quality. An A-plus rating with the BBB, of course. A 50-point factory inspection, 20-point installation inspection, 96% satisfaction rating. Hurry, this sale won't last. Stop wasting energy and start saving money. Schedule your fast free estimate today at WindowNation.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Jacob's Law and 303 Law 4040. I want to tell you about one of the cases I'm most proud of. And it's not because the number is eye-popping, although it is. It's because the clients trusted us to get them justice, and we delivered for them. Our clients were a wonderful couple, weren't looking to get rich. In fact, they kept saying, Dan, we're not looking to set any records here. But they were seriously injured, and despite promising to take care of them, when it came time to do the right thing, the insurance companies played hardball. We set it for trial and wound up getting $8.5 million. Plus, my lovely wife, Kimberly, was able to get all of their medical bills wiped out, putting hundreds of thousands of extra dollars in the clients' pockets. We were proud to help because our clients were good-hearted people who deserved justice. We hope you never need us, but if you do, we are here to help at 303 Law 4040, where you always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Taco Bell's new Luxe Value Menu has 10 lavish indulgences, including the new mini taco salad, all for $3 or less at participating Taco Bell stores while supplies last. Price and participation vary. Tax extra.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD3, DU women's basketball faces South Dakota starting at 1, followed by DU hockey skating with Miami starting at 6:30 on ESPN Denver 1600. DU basketball faces North Dakota starting at 7.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we got to talk a little bit about the new play caller, and it just so happened our buddy Mike Kliss gave us some insight on that 30 minutes ago. So it worked out pretty great for our conversation here in the second quarter. Before we get into that conversation, why don't we call out our second name of the day for our Superfan Send-Off contest that's happening right now at DenverSports.com, thanks to 303 Law 4040. All you got to do to get signed up is go to DenverSports.com/Superfan, sign up, and listen. That's it. That's all you have to do to win one of the cooler prizes that we've ever given away. If you're a wrestling fan, this is all for you. You could be heading to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. And if your name is Justin Baker, you now have 10 minutes to call us back, Mr. Baker, at 303-713-1043. And if you do it, you're entered in the drawing for our grand prize for the Superfan Send-Off. That equals a pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for you and a guest from Denver to Vegas, 2 nights in a hotel, and how about $500 preloaded on a Visa gift card? Little walking around money for you, Justin. Justin Baker. Call us back right now at 303-713-1043. And like I said, if you haven't signed up, what the heck are you waiting for? Do what Justin Baker has done and get signed up at DenverSports.com/Superfan. All right, Cease, worked out perfect. Like I said, man, you asked the question. We didn't even rehearse any of this, and I wanted to get into a deeper conversation about who Davis Webb is and will be as a play caller for the Denver Broncos. Your question to Kliss was about running, and as we said in the last segment, he didn't necessarily say he's going to be all in on running the football. Instead of talking about that sort of philosophy, I actually wanted to ask you and have a conversation about players. So we already kind of did it with Evan Ingram. What about Marvin Mims?
Yeah.
Is there another? How many of these players that we saw go, all right, you're here and you're supposed to be this and
Right.
you weren't, but now can be unlocked by Davis Webb?
Well, imagine if another team is out there doing a fake May board, Drake's board or
Right.
whatever, and someone would be looking at the box score of Marvin Mims being like, he hasn't done anything. I don't want that guy. Wrong. Just
Yeah, 'cause they're not
incredibly
seeing
wrong.
the ceiling.
Yeah, they're not. They don't know Marvin Mims. Marvin Mims' ceiling is there. And Marvin Mims is a 1,000-yard receiver just waiting for you. You got to use him. You got to use him. And I don't know if they're afraid, if they use him more on offense, if that'll take away from his all-pro level of special teams as a return man, which also is very important. But his impact on this offense could be profound. Absolutely profound. So there's a few things with Davis Webb that you want to see rejuvenated or reworked or looked at differently. Evan Ingram, certainly. The ground game, hopefully. But Marvin Mims, how do you just not stare at that guy and go, what are we doing?
Yeah.
I'll do the George Payton thing when he's talking about Alex Singleton and Justin Sternard letting him get away. Like, well, what are we doing? I'll look the same way, doing the LeBron to J.R. Smith. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You have Marvin Mims right there. All he does is make plays. And much like some of these other lesser-known players we've talked about on Bo's board, I look at Marvin Mims and go, the times he's had to, even when he wasn't starting, right? I think we need to kind of get over that as well. Pat Bryant goes down in that Bills game. Marvin gets 8 for 93 and a touch. I mean, just off the jump. So it's not even like you went into the game plan heavy. Like it was going to be a big Pat Bryant day.
Mm-hmm.
Then he gets banged up and Marvin says, I got you. He could do that every single week. What if you actually game plan for Marvin Mims? What would that look like? I think it looks spectacular.
See, there are a couple things. The running game that we're always going to want to know, and we're not going to get a real feel of that until we're out at Broncos camp, powered by Common Spirit for training camp. But guys like Marvin Mims, guys like Evan Ingram, a Troy Franklin, is it a conversation now? And this is where Sean will still have his fit and his hand in everything. It's all right, Sean's designing it, Davis is calling it. What's the conversation between Davis and Sean and Bo now a part of this of going, if you want Troy involved more, he's got to be in this progression rather than this progression. And then it's like, well, did Pat jump up over Troy as far as priority of progression? That's where I'm intrigued to see where Davis kind of puts his stamp on it.
Right. And that's where I'm intrigued to see how much of a true meritocracy this is.
Yeah.
Because Sean loved Troy, right? And the Broncos had, I believe, a second-round grade on him. I had a second-round grade on him. They get him in the 4th round, so there was always this emphasis like, we really loved him. It's almost the R.J. Harvey thing of like, he's our pet cat. George Payton's words, not mine, because that's weird. But anyway.
I'd be like, I'm your what?
So if you have this intent of like, well, that's our guy, and we really liked him, you want to prove yourself right. I think with Davis Webb, it'll be less about that, because I don't need Davis Webb, in the war room necessarily, like Sean Payton was. Certainly the Bo Nix question that you asked with Kliss, like, I don't need that either, as much as we respect Bo Nix. He's not a scout. I've said the same thing about Pat Mahomes, who had that team get Clyde Edwards-Helaire instead of Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Thank God.
Dumb. And then Russell Wilson having this team get Montreal Washington. Wrong. Dumb. That was a bad move. Like, I don't need that sort of input. I need you to, here's what you get. We know what you want to get. Here's what you get. Now make it work. And the nice thing about Davis Webb is there won't be any bias about
Texases?
like, hey, I really like that guy, and I stood on the table for him in the draft, and we got that guy, and now I got to use the guy. No. Okay, what? Who's making plays?
Yeah.
Oh, you're getting the ball then.
Let's get
and that's
him
where
involved.
Marvin, Evan Ingram, yes, even Troy, all this stuff could be reshaped and reformulated based on your production level, and I love the idea of that.
Well, and Kevin gave us a stat. I wish he gave me a stat a couple of weeks ago about the run game. I would let Kevin tattoo me. It's just tracing. You put the thing over it and you can't trace.
I'm not a good tracer.
I think you do all right. But you gave us that stat about the run block win rate, which you were high on during the season. But Kevin reminded us it was a 73.9% clip, but only 15 plays of 20 yards or more. That's run and pass combined. That's another thing where we look at Davis Webb. Hey, are you really you're gonna be aggressive like Mike Kliss told us? You're really gonna air it out and have some of the success? And again, that goes based on now we know that they're not gonna make a big splash at wide receiver. Pat, Marvin, and Troy being better than any version we've ever seen them.
Yeah, that would be fantastic for this team to do that and to take that next step. It's going to take more. In 2026, it's going to take more than what you had last year. More from the ground game, more from these receivers, more from Evan Ingram or Kenyon Sadiq or whatever tight end you're going to have out there.
I like that Mike also gave us Kenyon Sadiq. It's like, well, he's never going to be there, but everybody loves the guy. And just, look, we all got to get it out of our heads. He's not going to be picked by the Broncos at 30. There's no way he's there at 30.
No, that's impossible. So go out there and move up if you really want him. If you didn't get the free agent tight end that you want, David Njoku, Dallas Goedert, someone that Kliss keeps mentioning, so there's something there.
Mm-hmm.
Watch for the upgrades, the necessary upgrades this offseason, including at tight end.
All right, let's check our X. We do it every day around 11:45. What's on our Twitter timeline that we want to share with our tribe members? You guys got anything on Twitter you want to share with us? In fact, our dude Creaky, I have a tweet. It's actually from Instagram, but it's a social media that Creaky sent me that I think is absolutely awesome, and I would love to see the Colorado Rockies do something similar. We'll share the details next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you, gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Score big, save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
So you dust the mantle on Monday, and it's covered again by Tuesday. It's frustrating, right? But don't just look at the mantle. Do me a favor. Remove one of your vents and take a look inside. You see that buildup? That's where the musty smell of dust is coming from. Your home system is just recirculating that dust over and over again until you finally press that reset button on your home's air quality. Mark Schlereth here. You need to call my friends at Ductworks. Ductworks sets the standard for clean air in Colorado. In fact, they are NADCA certified, which means they're insured and you're receiving quality through knowledge. And they don't just blow the air around. They use specialized scraping system to scrub the walls of your air ducts, removing years of grime. Call them today at 303-425-0985 for a free estimate. Commercial or residential, get a fresh start today. Call 303-425-0985 or visit them at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
Colorado, this is it. 2026 RV product rollouts are live at the Great American RV Show. Airstream Stetson 4.6s, New Trade Wind, Unmapped, Bliss Mobile, Chinook, Storyteller GXV. March 12th through the 14th, Colorado Convention Center. $12 online. See it first.
My father started Williams Jewelers in 1947 as a humble little neighborhood jewelry shop, and I opened our Cherry Creek North store in 1973. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Michelle Williams. I literally grew up here in the jewelry business, grading diamonds and gemstones and designing custom jewelry for families just like yours.
Here at Williams Jewelers, you'll find our curated collections, including Hearts on Fire, Lake of Bahar, Sloan Street, Mastaloni pearls, and dozens more.
And a diamond and bridal department with the latest engagement ring styles and wedding bands from Tacori, A. Jaffe, and Gabriel & Company.
Add to that Tag Heuer sporting watches and pre-owned Rolex timepieces, all at the guaranteed best prices in Colorado.
At Williams Jewelers, we're proudly old school Cherry Creek North, where people and sweet puppies are always welcome.
And where you'll always be treated just like our father would.
Like family.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
Are you on Team Gets It? It's one of our favorite segments to do. Little check your ex. What's happening on your Twitter timeline? Again, we encourage you to follow along. Let us know you're in the tribe on social so we can properly interact at Joshua Dover and at Cecil Lammy. I got to give credit to our boy Creaky.
What up, Creaky?
He's one of our A1s from day ones as well, and he sent me this on social, and he said, this would be great for Check Your Ex. I'm like, Creaky, thank you very much. The St. Louis Cardinals. We know the St. Louis Cardinals. Our old buddy Ben Hockman's over there covering that squad.
Hooch!
The Cardinals announced the Coca-Cola Unlimited tickets. It's starting at $29, and each includes the unlimited version of this. So basically, it's this Coca-Cola series. You go, hey, I want the Coca-Cola ticket for the day. I'm going to pay $29. You're probably not sitting first row for the cost of $29, and they take baseball serious in St. Louis. So you're probably sitting up pretty high, but all good. You're in the ballpark. And then with the Coca-Cola Unlimited ticket at $29, you're in the ballpark, and Cease, you get unlimited fountain drinks, unlimited hot dogs, chicken tenders, bratwurst, nachos, chips and cheese, French fries, popcorn, peanuts, kettle chips, and ice cream cups. Tickets, oh yeah, here they go. Tickets will be seated in the Big Mac land. Those are in the sections of 271 and 272. So that's actually not even as high as I thought you might be. This is absolutely genius. Buy the ticket and then get unlimited of the, lower level type of foods that you can get at a ballpark.
Or whatever. Like, let's go to our favorite sports bar. Like, whatever it is. Like, there's so many options other than actually going to the game.
You have 3 kids. 3 kids going to the game. Like, hey, I got to buy tickets. I got to get parking. And then now I got to get hot dogs, drinks for all the kids. There's a lot of people that just can't afford that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And now you go, hey, $29. And, I'm
have a great night.
I'm going to go up there and spend my $100. We're all going to have a fun time in and get unlimited snacks, and kids will remember forever.
Right. Yeah, I think this is wise for teams to have these sort of options. What's the basketball team that, dang it, who was it that started their $5 concessions?
I believe it was Phoenix.
Was it Phoenix?
I think
it was. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it was Phoenix, where it's like, am I misremembering, like $5 hot dogs?
No, you're exactly right.
Yeah, great.
Mm-hmm.
That's I saw tweet. It's not going to make Check Your Ex, but it's a dude in a hockey rink, and he's got one of those signs that says, "Why is my beer $14?"
Yeah.
What? Come on, what are we doing?
What
are we doing?
I like the guy that holds the sign. Why do 2 of us have to pay a golf cart fee for 1 cart? I like that one too.
You and golf, fan. You and golf. So yeah, I would encourage more teams to do this.
Yeah, it's smart by the St. Louis Cardinals. I would absolutely love to see something like this come to 20th and Blake.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
All right, Cease, what's happening on your timeline?
What's happening on the timeline is a few things. You saw, this one's from Mark Norman, because you saw SGA after
Norman, the comic?
I have no idea. Did you see SGA after the game against the Knicks?
No, I did not see
You didn't see this yet?
No.
Okay, so if you haven't seen it, SGA doing his press conference after the Knicks.
He's dressed up as a furry. He's a teddy bear.
Yeah, so he's got like a fur coat. I don't know if it's real or not. It's a fur coat, but then it's a fur collar or a full fur, like, neck pillow?
Yeah.
Something? You can barely see his face. Yeah. You can't see SGA's face. And he's sitting there up at the press conference table, and he looks like, as what this guy says, Mark Norman says, Steph Furry. So SGA, I know we all watching NBA fashion, and, hey, the Joker's dressed up tonight. Who in the hell talked you into wearing a fur neck pillow?
It's just so weird to me that these athletes have to go out of Hey, you're a rich, multimillionaire athlete. You already stand out. You don't need to wear a traffic cone to the game, Russell Westbrook. You don't need to wear a furry costume to the game, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. You don't need to wear a sweater that's for 14 fat guys and not you, Kyle Kuzma. Like, what are these guys doing? Why do they do this all the time?
I have no idea, but I saw that with SGA and I just rolled my eyes.
Makes me hate him even more, to be honest.
I've seen plenty of people say, like, OKC's the most unlikable team in sports.
Yep, they sure are. Unless you're from Oklahoma City, and then that's like all you got. Crap hole that is Oklahoma City.
If you're from Oklahoma City, I'm sorry.
Yeah, get out quick.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
Okie from Muskogee. We talk about wrestling sometimes, right?
Yeah.
There's an Italian semi-pro wrestler who enters the ring dressed like a pizza chef and knocks out opponents by throwing a pizza at him. So he's spinning the dough. Look at that. He's out there spinning dough, right?
Okay.
Wrestler, and cover the kid's ears. Wrestling is fake.
So
he throws this pizza dough at a guy and knocks him out. Down for the count.
I have seen some of these. They're like, what are they called? Like circuits, like lower circuits.
Yeah, our guy Sturtsy will go out there and take a shirt off, right?
I seen one where a guy is dressed as our Lord and Savior. And
Okay.
He's got the powers.
Oh, yes,
and
yes.
He just does the fake chokehold
Right,
and
right,
brings him up.
right,
And it's
right.
actually like, all right, if you're going there to be entertained and know what you're getting into, it's fun enough to watch.
I want to see Chef Boyardee against Jesus, period. If I'm going to minor league wrestling, is that okay? Is that fine?
Yeah. That's actually the main event, and it's what we all want to see, too.
It's what we all want to see. I got another one.
Wobble with me, wobble with me.
Cruel Intentions was released 27 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Today.
That's a great movie.
It is an awesome movie. Now, I didn't know this because at the end, when Sarah Michelle Gellar is that?
Oh, yeah, that's her name.
Yeah. Oh, my God. She's lovely.
Research her later.
They spent $1 million to license the song Bittersweet Symphony. Nearly 10% of the movie's budget. So the movie was made fairly cheaply. And if you haven't seen Cruel Intentions, what are you doing?
Yeah.
It's an icon of the late 90s. Like, absolutely fantastic movie. And introduced us to Ryan Phillippe. It was Legally Blonde. What's her name?
Reese
Witherspoon. It was one of her first movies. So, and that's actually where they fell in love because they had a couple of kids together, I believe, and got married. And they're divorced now. But still, like, they paid for Bittersweet Symphony just to use it in the finale, and it became into one of the most memorable moments in like 90s teen cinema or whatever. So Cruel Intentions, I love it every single Velmont. Like I can quote it all day. I voted for Colin Powell. Like I can quote that movie all day long, and it's one of my favorite movies. Released 27 years ago.
Wow.
God, I'm old.
I'm thinking about it. So I'm 14, maybe 15 at the time.
Yeah.
You know where my mind was.
Yeah, so it's just one of those like, wow, I can't believe Cruel Intentions was released 27 years ago.
It's still one of those movies though. Like there's a handful of movies if I don't care where it's at in the movie. If it's on television, I'm just flipping through. Oh, I'll stop here, and I know the whole story anyway, so I'll just pick up and kind of drool over Sarah Michelle Gellar the rest of the time.
Yeah, because she's magical.
Wasn't she Buffy? She was Buffy the
she was
Vampire
Buffy,
Slayer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's an all-time great too.
Yeah, that is fantastic. One more.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
Are you a fan of The Boys? At all, the TV show?
I watched
Amazon?
the first season, and then I kind of got...
Okay, well, it's good. You got out of it before it got ridiculous, because this last season was just terrible. Like, it's too...
The opening scene of season 2, I was like, huh, interesting.
You should have watched season 2. Stick through season 2, and then after probably season 3, you can bail after season 3. But either way,
Kelsey watched it all.
The final trailer for the final season just came out today at 9:58, so right before the show. I hope they get it right. It's one of those things like the show started, it was gangbusters, and I love The Boys. And then last year it was a little bit too on the nose, shall I say?
Yeah.
And so a lot of people got, I personally got offended. Get as offended as you like. Just because in superhero stuff, I'm trying to shut my brain off from reality. And they went a little bit too hard and like, we're taking modern topics and putting them right in the show, and people hated it. But the last season and everything that's building up, I don't want to spoil anything, but with Homelander, how do you beat the unstoppable, like, villain?
Okay.
Who's your superhero, but he's the villain. So if you don't know Homelander, just
So
think
he's
if
full
Superman
bad
was
guy
bad.
now? He's full.
He always was. Just think if Superman was bad. If you don't know Homelander, but the final season's coming out. The final trailer just came out for the final season, and I am hopeful. Even
Okay.
though last year it was awful.
I love first season was great, and then you love the idea of what the show would be.
Yeah,
but-
for sure.
And then I heard the same thing. I'm like, okay, they're trying a little bit too hard to send a message rather than just entertain. Hey, TV producers, entertain us. We don't really care about what your message is.
Well, and the thing is like when you write a story, it's like, well, what's the story about? You always have allegories. You always have tales, right? So when you write a story, you want to have something that it's about. And if it's something that maybe is a little controversial, you can sell it in a different way. I thought The Boys last year was just too like in your face, and it's like, okay, I turn this on so I can turn that part off.
Yeah.
And they just didn't do that. So hopefully the final season is better.
All right, there we go. Coming out, released that it would be out soon today. Can't wait to see that. Maybe I'll have to get caught up on that when life slows down just a little bit.
You're on the golf course too much.
That's true. Would I rather watch boys or play golf? I'd probably play golf.
It's always play golf.
Play
yeah.
golf. Can't wait till about 2:10 today. Let's get into our lunch hour, Cease. We're going to get back to a conversation about Broncos running backs. Numbers on Kenneth Walker that our buddy Andrew Mason came up with. I tend to agree with what Andrew Mason said. We'll get into that. Plus, get you ready for a big night tonight. The Lakers coming to town. How do the Nuggets handle that? And get out of the funk that they've been in as of late. We'll answer that next.
Calling all wrestling fans. Now's your chance to win your way into the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money all included. It's the Superfan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040. First, head to DenverSports.com/Superfan to register. Then tune in every hour to see if your name is called. If you hear your name, you have 10 minutes to call us back and be entered into the grand prize drawing. It's the Superfan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I lost 60 pounds a few years ago, now almost several years ago, with SodaWeightLoss.com because I joined Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Down 60 pounds, just stepped on the scale this morning. Guess what? It's never coming back. Why? Because I learned how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat, all thanks to my friends at SodaWeightLoss.com. Soda is the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction. I look and feel 10 years younger. I'm moving easier. I'm sleeping better. I got my confidence back, baby. All thanks to SodaWeightLoss.com. And here's the best part. Join now, and your partner joins for free. You start together, you support each other, and you both get younger feeling, healthier versions of yourselves. Go to SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. That's 1-866-800-SODA. SOTA, weightloss.com online. Soda Weight Loss is state of the art.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... Let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Jacob's Law and 303 Law 4040, the husband and wife law firm where you don't get passed around to a law clerk or some call center overseas. You always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
Thinking about upgrading your home's HVAC? Then Day and Night Mechanical Solutions of Denver can help and save you money. You may qualify for up to $20,000 in rebates through the Colorado HERE program and Excel Energy for energy-efficient heat pump systems. Day and Night Mechanical has the inside track on this program and will guide you through every step. Upgrade your HVAC and save big bucks. Visit dnmech.com. Act now while the offer lasts. Day and Night Mechanical Solutions. They fix it right, day and night.
Texting
privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Replace stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text ROAD to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text ROAD to 323232 right now. Text ROAD to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's ROAD to 323232. Text ROAD to 323232 now.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD3, DU Women's Basketball faces South Dakota starting at 1, followed by DU Hockey skating with Miami starting at 6:30. On ESPN Denver 1600, DU Basketball faces North Dakota starting at 7.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
Cecil, rocking with you till 2 every single weekday. And we want to continue to hear from the tribe with Tribe Roll Call. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck out there today? Send that info to the RamosLaw.com text line and our YouTube page, DenverSports.com, YouTube, the Dover and Cecil stream. While you're over there, click subscribe, and you are in just like that. Cecil, I want to do a couple things. I want to get the tribe and us set for the Nuggets and Lakers tonight. We'll get to that in just a couple seconds. Before we do it, I wanted to talk about this running back conversation that we've been having, and honestly, we're going to continue to have throughout this offseason and until something changes with that running back room, which could come as soon as 10 a.m. on Monday morning when this legal tampering period actually begins. And I want to start the conversation with Kenneth Walker because the big target was Breece Hall. If you're here in the studio, you can see we got the names that we've discussed and the names crossed off are now off the board. Breece Hall was first. He's been franchise tagged. Then Kenneth Walker's name comes up. And Kenneth Walker obviously had a hell of a performance in the Super Bowl. But what Andrew Mason wrote about, I sort of subscribe to. It's a Super Bowl MVP. His team is like, I think we're going to be fine without you. That's weird to me. Just help him win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's a little odd, that's for sure.
Andrew writes about 3 different instances of this happening where a guy's a Super Bowl MVP, ends up on another team, and it never really worked out for any of those guys. And then, by the way, you're paying a pretty penny for that guy because he had leverage as a Super Bowl MVP. So Breece Hall comes off the board, and then all these reports go, all right, well, Kenneth Walker's now the next guy. And that price tag feels like, all right, it was about 9-10 million, then jumping up to like 11 or 12 million. Again, and especially now with learning what we learned from Mike Kliss, that Davis Webb might not be the guy to turn around and hand the ball off at the rate that we want. I don't know that I'm in the business of spending, definitely not $10 million on a running back. So that would mean I'm out on Breece Hall just because of the franchise tag price. Maybe that's a bridge we cross at the trade deadline again. And if Kenneth Walker's going to get this big bag, I love Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
But it seems like by default, his price tag's getting close to that $10 million just because of what's happening behind him.
Yeah, and you look at Travis Etienne, his price tag projected to be, what, like $7 million?
Mm-hmm.
That's up. That's going up. Prices are going up, and I think that's something you got to change your math if you're the Broncos. And I understand that everyone's doing it, and everyone's saying it. Everyone is saying the Broncos are going to make a splash move at running back. Okay. What does that mean? It doesn't necessarily mean Kenneth Walker. And if you go over some of the advanced data, which Mace does in his article, you'll actually see many reasons why Kenneth Walker is a no.
Well, let me share some of those. Mace writes about 93 running backs with at least 150 touches since the start of the 2022 season. That's when Kenneth entered into the league. For yards per attempt, and again, keep in mind this is 93 players. Yards per attempt, he's 39th. Rush success rate is 78th. Yards after contact, 58th. He's got 2 good numbers. His fumble rate's 13th. He holds on to the football. His broken tackle rate is 10th. So he can break tackles, and he's not going to cost you the pigskin. Love that. Yards per reception, 30th. Receiving success rate, 36th. Drop rate, 41st. Those aren't good numbers outside of his fumble rate and his broken tackle rate. May stack that up with what J.K. Dobbins is, who we all can't trust, and his numbers blow Kenneth Walker's out of the water.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you look at it and you go, he's going to get paid. He should get paid based off that Super Bowl MVP, but it sounds like Kenneth Walker's going to get overpaid. And for the production, they have Zach Charbonnet there in Seattle, and they're more than fine. Zach Charbonnet banged up, leading the opportunity for Kenneth Walker. Now they get Walker, and you think, they've got it set. And I love Kenneth Walker's game. I love his patience. I love his footwork. I love his burst. He does run with power. But they have Zach Charbonnet, who they see as a better back, a better all-purpose back. And so it's kind of like, all right, Kenneth Walker does a lot of good things. But is that worth over $10 million a year? I mean, your answers and looking at advanced data will just tell you no. And you have to go, if Zach Charbonnet was healthy, would they have even afforded Walker to have that opportunity? The answer is no. It would have been a committee. It would have been Charbonnet and Walker in a committee. Now you can't go back because it did happen. Charbonnet gets hurt. Walker takes over, and he does good things. And he leads his team to a Super Bowl. He wins the Super Bowl MVP. But there's going to be an inflation with that number that I think the Broncos and maybe some others will be avoiding because they're like, Kenneth Walker's really good. But is he $11, $12 million a year really good? Or is he, $10, $9 million really good? There's a big difference there.
Well, and now if we're looking at like the top backs of ETN, Walker, I think Tyler Algier's still a part of that conversation. But if those are your 3 top running backs, then it becomes this bidding war. And Albert Breer had it that if it becomes this bidding war, it might be a team paying that dude $15, $16 million a year. Yeah. And at running back, I am completely out on that.
Yeah, that's a no.
My number stops at 10. These guys are getting to 16.
That's a big no, a huge no, especially because you mentioned ETN. I believe ETN's on your free agent board.
He's number 3 on my list.
Okay, Tyler Allgeier's number 1 on mine. So it's stylistically, ETN's going to get you that speed. He's going to get you that big playability. Allgeier's going to get you that power. And I love big backs, and I cannot lie. Give me a power back. Give me a Tyler Allgeier. ETN is also on the list because he's got that speed, and there's more meat on the bone there with Travis Etienne. But if we're talking price tag and ETN starts pushing for $10 million, I'm looking at Tyler Allgeier at $6-7 million, going, dude, I like that.
Well, that's what we talked about. Like I like Travis Etienne. But at $3 more million a year over a 3-year contract, we're flirting with $10 million.
Yeah.
And the production between Tyler Allgeier and Travis Etienne is not $9 million different.
Yes. Now, if we look at the running back needy teams and we look at the market, because Spot Track has projected values and they're way low, here's what's going to happen, though. You're going to pay up for Kenneth Walker. You're going to pay up for Travis Etienne. There's a line, and maybe it's Tyler Allgeier. Maybe it's not. But there's a certain line where you're not going to pay up because all the top guys have already been taken. And Allgeier's in that list, and he's probably near the bottom of that top tier, right?
Is it like first wave?
Exactly,
Okay.
that first wave of free agents. So that first wave, you're going to get a bunch of money, and then you're not. And it's going to happen like that. So Allgeier may be on that line of like, is he getting paid or not? Because once those guys aren't getting paid, bargain time. Bargain time. So Tyler Allgeier is like, man, Travis Etienne got $10 million, and they were projecting him at 8. They're projecting me at 5, and can I get 10? No. No, what? So with Allgeier, if Allgeier truly is that player, it might be after him. Allgeier might be getting paid. And if you're the Broncos, you're like, well, we like Tyler Allgeier, but we don't like him at $10 million, whatever the number is. I think there's a line where guys go from everyone's getting paid to, oh, they're done paying people.
You're reaching at a point.
Where's that line at? Is it the Allgeier line? We'll have that conversation. And I think Allgeier might, if you're looking for splash at running back, free agent-wise, Allgeier's that last guy. Because Brian Robinson, who we've talked about on Bo's board, we really like that idea of Brian Robinson. He's not a splash.
It's not sexy.
You're not adding Isaiah Pacheco as a splash. I think Tyler Allgeier is probably that last splashy name, But you're looking beyond this. Greg Penner, anyway, splash, he can buy any splash ever in the history of all time.
Well, Mace actually writes about a quote from Greg at the end of the season. The term he used is opportunistically aggressive.
Yes.
And Mace saying that just doesn't feel like a Kenneth Walker lines up with that term, opportunistically aggressive.
No.
But a guy like Tyler Algier with the right price tag on like either end of the first wave or the start of that second wave.
Right.
I think that's the term that describes Tyler Algier as opportunistically aggressive.
Yes, opportunistically aggressive, and that's what Greg Penner wants. That's what this team's going to get. And can you add a back in free agency but not take it out of the draft? And I know Kenyon Sadiq's not going to be there at 30, but Jonah Coleman will be. And if you look at, I sent you guys some advanced data on all of these running backs. Jadarian Price from Notre Dame is the best when you talk about little things. And little things is a pass blocking grade, it's your drop rate, and it's your fumble rate. Those three things, pretty good, right?
Mm-hmm. Real good.
Your in terms of, okay, how many times you drop the ball, how many times you fumble the ball, and are you trusted in pass protection? So those three things, pretty big things, right?
Yeah.
Number one is Jadarian Price, who's probably not going to be there at 30. Number two is Jonah Coleman. With the same number of touches last year as Nicholas Singleton, who we did talk about on Bo's board as well, the Penn State kid, the backup to Katron Allen. Singleton had 12 fumbles.
Damn.
Same amount of touches. Jonah Coleman had 1.
He's a backup fumbling 12 times?
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Yeah. So I think when we look at this advanced data and we look at pass protection grades, something very important for the Broncos. I mean, Jonah Coleman said at the Combine, like, they talked to me about pass protection first, and he had all the answers. He's very good in all phases of the game. It's why he's my favorite back in this class, even with Jeremiah Love being, just like Jahmyr Gibbs. Okay, fine. Give me Jonah Coleman here. But this running back conversation, I think your splash is going to be a little less splashy because people wanted Breece Hall. It's not going to be Breece Hall. People wanted Kenneth Walker. Mace presented us with an argument that it shouldn't be Kenneth Walker.
Well, and I would actually, based off what Mace says and how I feel, Mace and I are kind of in the same lane here. It's not a splash. You're going to think it is, and you'll convince yourself
you paid for
because
it.
you watched it in February, and he got to hold up a separate trophy that wasn't the Lombardi. So you'll go, oh, they got the Super Bowl MVP. It's not that, man. It's by default that he got the trophy in the first place, and breaking the bank for a guy like that, I think, is a foolish move.
Yeah, and it's something that someone's going to do out there. Who is it? We shall see. When it comes to Kenneth Walker, the two top teams that I've heard are the Giants. Get ready for this, Kev.
The Giants.
It's the Giants and it's the Titans. So if you're looking for someone, and the Titans have more money than anybody, so if they want Kenneth Walker, they're getting Kenneth Walker, period.
Yeah. So
and as the bidding war goes on, the bids are going to stop. I don't know. You a big auction guy? You ever been on? Don't sneeze when you go to an auction house.
I have. My mom actually used to work at an auction when I was a kid,
really?
so I'd go run around a lot.
Okay.
And she would.
Don't wave your hand, or else you just bought something.
Yeah.
But either way, like once this bidding dries up, that's where a Tyler Algier may be like, musical chairs type thing. It's like everyone's getting paid, and then Algier might be that guy you could sweep in, scoop him up for a real good price.
Or I mean, look, if they kind of feel the same way you, me, and Mace do about a Kenneth Walker, and you think there's going to be too much of a battle back and forth for the services of Travis Etienne, why don't you just bypass all of those names and make your target Tyler Algier? Don't even mess with the rest. Go get the guy you think can fit your system, pay him what you think is fair, and then the problem is solved.
Yeah, the reason why you don't make him your target is because you don't want his agent to know that you're our guy. No, we're talking to Etienne. We thought about Walker. What's your guy doing? So it's part of the game. Part of the game. Yeah.
All right, Broncos country, you let us know. What's a splash mean for you at the running back room, in the running back room? I think Travis Etienne would be a bigger splash. I would probably look at Tyler Algier as a splash because I could go back to what he did before Bijan showed up and go, hey, that's what this dude can be when he's getting more of the opportunities. I would understand why a Broncos fan wouldn't necessarily feel that same way.
Yeah, I got it. We hear you. Yeah. We understand. You want the splash. You want the big moves. I'm saying look at everything. They weren't in on Dave Montgomery. That's curious. But
it's disappointing, to be honest.
It is. It's interesting. So look at everything. Consider everything. Don't get suckered into a bad deal. And there's some team out there that may pay Kenneth Walker a lot of money and then may have a little bit of buyer's remorse. And again, I love Walker, but $15 million? Come on.
I think there's
got to get the right price.
There's There's 3 running backs in the league I would pay $15 million to.
Christian McCaffrey,
Derrick
Jonathan
Henry,
Taylor.
4. Jonathan Taylor and Saquon.
Okay, yeah. It's pretty good 4.
That's about it. Yeah,
pretty good 4.
There'd be some language in Christian's contract that had game terms in it as well, because you know who he is and what he is.
Yeah, you gotta play.
Real fast before we move on and get folks ready for the Nuggets game tonight. Mike Kliss just tweeting this out here 2 minutes ago. Sources confirm that the Broncos have a 2-year contract agreement with backup offensive lineman Alex Palczewski. So big fella, jumbo guy, depth player. He isn't going anywhere. Everybody likes Palcho because of what he brings as a backup. And he's just, hey, you don't miss a beat when somebody goes down. And it's not if, it's when somebody goes down. And you got dudes like this that can fill that.
So I'm doing my Kevin Kistner impression when he's sitting there at the Empower Field at Mile High. Number 63, Alex Palczewski is checked into the game.
Yeah. There it is. Who did it?
Okay.
Crumb. It changed to Crumb because he got the touchdown, obviously.
Yeah. And then, this brings up something. Ben Powers shipping out? We're talking about trades. We bring up, hey, could Riley Moss be traded? And some have suggested Jonah Ellis. That's a big no for me.
Me too.
But Ben Powers, I'm like, yeah.
For a package to get a player or just to collect assets?
Palcho in this deal means he can be your starting left guard. Palcho is a great starter, and he also could start at right tackle. He could start at right guard. He could start across the line.
Yeah.
So does this deal for Palcho mean Ben Powers is on his way out?
I wouldn't dig my heels in and die on the hill of, why did you trade Ben Powers?
I'm just saying we may now get news that Powers is part of a trade for the Broncos to add more assets with this Palcho deal. So happy for Palcho. Great guy in the locker room, really smart, really dialed into what Zach Strief wants him to do on that offensive line. This is a great move, and it makes Ben Powers more expendable.
Well, also, wouldn't you, if you're Palcho and his agent and you're agreeing upon this deal, there's some, it's not language in the deal, but there's a conversation to be had of like, I'm not just your swing offensive lineman forever here.
Yeah, and, going to be circle back for some more dollars when he's your full-time starter, because he should be.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, if you keep Ben Powers around for 1 year and then move him again, because there's 2 years left on his contract, move him on that last year or get rid of him now because there's more intrigue from a team to take him for 2 years, it's plug and play. It's plug and play right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, plug and play and then continue to draft and develop. That's exactly what Greg Penner wants. Greg Penner wants you to find undrafted free agents. He wants you to find late-round draft picks. The fact that you can find a Frank Crum late, the fact that you can find a Palczewski late, these are all benefits, and it's a sign that George Payton's doing the right job. Now, get a damn running back, George.
Yeah, soon.
Stop screwing up running back. It all started when he chose Mike Boone over Philip Lindsay.
You're right.
I was like, George,
Minnesota ties got in his way over there.
What are you doing, man? What are you doing, Hans?
And then I believe they released Mike Boone before the season was over.
Yeah, I believe they did.
It was latter part
Mike
of the
Boone
year,
was a huge miss, and Philip Lindsay was always the guy. He was always the guy you should have kept.
That all worked out. You get to listen to the Colorado Kid every day from 2 to 6 right here on the Fan.
Nice.
Worked out for Phil. Maybe he still wanted to be in the NFL for a couple years.
He's better than all of us, by the way. He's like the nicest guy ever. Because Stokes nice, but he can get a little hankering.
Yeah.
Stink's nice, but he can get a little sideways.
Stink was actually the nicest he's ever been to me this morning. We walked in like he was going to walk out, and he's a bigger man than me.
He let you through.
So I gave him the floor, and he's like, no, Dover, for you. I'm like, he knows my name.
He was sizing you up.
He probably was. Going to hit me in the back of the head. That would not end well for me.
Yeah, if Mark Schlereth, because of the wrestling thing, remember when he broke the Huff's ribs here?
Yeah, that was awesome.
If you kick him in the knee and then run away, he's never going to catch you. But if Mark Schlereth gets his hands on you, you're done. You are done.
I would not mess with one Mark Schlereth.
No.
I wouldn't even mess with Stokely.
I
might poke a little fun.
I might, just to poke him.
Yeah. I was like, you get behind him, I push him over. Remember that trick? That'd be fun.
Okay.
All right. Want to get into a Nuggets conversation? Let's give somebody a chance to get to Las Vegas before we preview tonight's game. If your name is Steve Ruddick, you could be heading to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. The Superfan Send-Off is put on by our team over at 303 Law 4040. So Steve Ruddick, you got to thank them if you win this grand prize. You can't win if you don't call us back in the next 10 minutes, Steve Ruddick, at 303-713-1043. If you do it, your name goes into the drawing for the Superfan Send-Off grand prize. That's a pair of 2-night tickets to the event in Las Vegas. You need to get there so you and your guest will be taken care of with your round-trip airfare from Denver to Vegas, and then 2 nights hotel stay plus $500 on a preloaded Visa gift card. It could all be Steve Ruddock's if he calls us back in the next 10 minutes. 303-713-1043. And if you haven't signed up yet, what the heck are you waiting on? Get to DenverSports.com/superfan. Sign up and listen weekdays as we are calling names every hour between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Steve Ruddock, you, sir, are on the clock. All right, Cease, we got Nuggets. We got Lakers tonight. It's going to be a prime game. It's going to be a little after 8 o'clock, so buckle in for that. And then, of course, they're going to go back-to-back tomorrow night against the New York Knicks. Injury report ahead of tonight's game. Cam Johnson is upgraded to questionable with that right ankle injury, but Spencer Jones, Aaron Gordon, and Payton Watson will remain out. Payton and Aaron still dealing with a hamstring, but we're told Aaron Gordon's going to play some basketball tomorrow night.
Spencer would have helped tonight, too. Like, you need all hands on deck and a big football player out there to throw around at Luka. Like, man, this...
Even like Spencer Jones...
This could be ugly.
Spencer Jones would be a perfect matchup for Austin Reeves.
Yeah.
Perfect matchup for Austin. But he's not going to be there tonight.
Wow.
So,
do you have any good news for me?
I think Nicola's pissed off.
Okay.
That's probably pretty good.
That's good, right?
Jamal's
fired
deal.
up, right? That's good. These are all good.
I also look at this. All right, how do they solve this physical play? They're going to continue to be physical against Nicola, try to have two big bodies in the paint to clog up some of those passing lanes. I actually think the key is always Joker. If Joker's having a good game and not just scoring the basketball, but facilitating and rebounding as well, they got a chance to win. Jamal's going to do Jamal things. Jamal's there, they're going to have a chance to win. I actually think the third most important player tonight is Christian Brown. And it's not because he can score 20 from time to time and he's confident in shooting that corner three. It's actually about wearing Luka Doncic out on the offensive end. And again, I don't need Christian Brown to score 20. Hell, I don't even need him to take 8 shots tonight. I need you to run baseline and never stop. I need you to make Luka run through screens. So they're never going to set a screen for Christian to curl, catch, and shoot.
Yeah.
But tonight, set some of those screens just so you're putting a shoulder into Luka Doncic and slowing him down a little bit.
Right.
Promise you do that for 36 minutes, the final 12, he's going to be sucking wind.
Yeah, and I'd say Christian, incredibly important. Brucey B, always important out there, coming in off the bench for the Nuggets. They're going to need all hands on deck. Not a perfect game, but as close as you can to beat a Lakers team that senses blood in the water, that senses that you are the inferior opponent, that senses that they can start to distance themselves from you. Tonight is a monumental game.
You lose
for the
tonight,
Denver Nuggets.
you're the 6th seed.
Yeah, it's a monumental game. You end up in the direction you're going. I want to know what direction the Nuggets are going in, because right now it seems like they're drifting, and the worst thing in basketball or in life is to drift, and I don't like it. I need this. I need guys healthy. Watson, AG, get back ASAP, get this thing right, get ready, get sharpened for the playoffs, and then make a run. We had such designs on how many parades are we going to get? What's the answer now? 1?
Yeah, hopefully.
1? As long as the Avs can get past the second round? Like 1 parade? Denver Nuggets, you're better than this. Got to get guys healthy, got to get right, got to stop turning the ball over, Joker, and play your best game tonight.
Yeah, that's a big one. Turnovers, Joker either matching or finding a way to counter some of that physicality.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, Christian having a huge role in this tonight. I like that you bring up Bruce Brown because he's got the same role,
right?
Just with the smaller minutes play.
Smaller minutes and then smaller offensive output, most likely. Yeah. You're going to need that. You're going to need a great effort from Christian. This isn't an either or. You're going to need it all. But you're also going to need someone that you weren't expecting to go ham. So like a Julian Strother, can you go ham tonight? He scored 30 points tonight. Yeah. Okay, because we saw Payton Watson do that at times when we weren't expecting it, and then he dropped 30. You're like, oh, that was great. You definitely needed that. With Timmy, I just love Timmy. I want him shooting as much as possible. Yeah. But the fact is, like, he's got to have a big game. If Strother can have a big game, if Joker can stop with those turnovers, and if you look at Joker's numbers, the points are going to be there. To me, it comes down to how many times you feed the ball. Can you get that 10-plus assists? That's much more important. Obviously, rebounding as well. But his points are going to be his points. He's always going to get his points. He needs to facilitate, and they need to make sure they're working hard so that when Joker dishes you that pill, you're putting it in the net.
2 quick notes on the Nuggets roster. The Tyus Jones edition is made official today. We got the team email.
Nice.
So that means he was in the building yesterday. He couldn't practice with the team.
Okay.
But I was told he got shots up after with the coach, but he can't do anything with the team because of injury situations or if that were to happen. And then a report yesterday, Jake Shapiro had it at DenverSports.com. An old buddy, a familiar face, has returned to Colorado. The Nuggets are giving a 2-way contract to our old buddy David Roddy. The 21-22 Mountain West Conference Player of the Year, was the star up there for the Rammies, averaged 19 points, 7.5 rebounds, a few assists, shot 57% from the field, even 43.8% from 3 in his final collegiate season. Had a little bit of a cup of coffee with Memphis. They had a little role for him, and then he's bounced around a little bit here, but just a big body. Again, that we might need bigger guys to rebound, fill up some space in the paint. Really unlikely that he plays anything in the postseason, but I look at this as hey, we want to test out what Aaron Gordon is. We don't want him to play all these 20 games. If we need a bigger body to fill space, David Roddy can do that for you.
Yeah, that's helpful for the Denver Nuggets as they're moving on and moving along and hopefully rising up the charts, man. It's too critical here at the end. We will be paying attention to seeding. I don't want to be a play-in team, man. I don't want this team to have to go through that. Already things seem to be, too many holes on the ship, so to speak.
We worry about how much they care. And they're getting the play-in game. How much are they going to care about that?
Yeah, and then, DA needs to find a way to motivate this team in the way that is appropriate for just him and his personality. He's never going to get in their kitchen. Because if he does, they'll start making fun of him.
Yeah.
Right. He's got to find a way to motivate or have someone on staff that can be that grinder so these guys can get the message, can listen to the message. Because the nice guy thing, that's cool and all, but you got to have someone that's on the flip side. You got to have good cop and bad cop.
You're right.
Got to motivate these guys.
Big one tonight. Tip off shortly after 8 o'clock. All right, we got to get back to Bo's Board. It's trade week here on the show for Bo's Board. Who are we trying to trade for to come in and help this Broncos offense? We've talked about wide receivers. We're changing rooms on the offensive end. A running back that the Broncos could go get. We'll tell you who, what it would cost, and what he would bring to the Mile High City coming up next.
If the Broncos have to make a choice on one position group in the NFL draft, which one would it be?
I would definitely put the priority on tight end. If you can find, let's say all things being equal, and you find a running back and a tight end that you have equal grades on, and let's call them the second rounders, you got to take the tight end, especially with the consideration here is we just have not been able to develop one in forever.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
At Common Spirit Health, we don't just see a cancer diagnosis. We see you, and you don't have to do this alone. We believe you should be surrounded by your people, so you can keep them close while you get care close to home. Supported by our care team from diagnosis to treatment and beyond, and strengthened by treatment tailored to you. Because there's no one-size-fits-all approach to cancer care. Find cancer care with human kindness close to you at mountain.commonspirit.org.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text ROAD to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text ROAD to 323232 right now. Text ROAD to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's ROAD to 323232. Text ROAD to 323232 now.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD3, DU Women's Basketball faces South Dakota starting at 1, followed by DU Hockey skating with Miami starting at 6:30 on ESPN Denver 1600. DU Basketball faces North Dakota starting at 7.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, let's get into Bo's board and our name for Bo's board today, as we're giving you new names every single day. This week it's all about trades, so of course that means tomorrow we will have our final trade candidate for the Denver Broncos. In case you're wondering how it's gone, we've talked about David Montgomery, and then he got traded. We've talked about DJ Moore, and then he got traded. Today we're turning our attention to a running back from Miami.
There is Jalen Wright. They won't get the stop this time. Wright bursts through for a touchdown.
Handoff here. It's Wright for the Miami touchdown.
It is Jalen Wright, the running back from the Miami Dolphins. He's just a couple of years in the NFL. He was a fourth-round pick by the Dolphins back in 2024 from the University of Tennessee. Now, Jalen Wright was never the guy in Miami. He had one start as the guy, and he actually went over 100 yards during that game. He's currently under contract for a couple more years at less. I mean, dude, it's barely over $1 million for 2026, $1.1 million for 2027. And then he becomes a free agent. So this is the way I look at this, a low risk potential with a high reward because of what he could be given more opportunity. He's a dude that's a physical runner. He's not going to scare you with how he stands in front of you, but he's going to try to run your ass over. He's not going to the sideline. He's coming right at you.
Right.
Saw him get to the second level multiple times. It wasn't something they did a lot, but he showed the ability to be a threat out of the backfield as a pass catcher. And then again, with those longer strides and I'm going to run your ass over, he's getting downfield pretty quickly. So I don't think this is going to cost the Broncos hardly anything if they wanted to make this move.
Right.
And then financially, I told you it's not going to cost them hardly anything. I am very intrigued by Jalen Wright being a Bronco.
With the level of pick that you could get Jalen Wright with, which is a day 3 pick, you're never going to get a back like him in this draft. It's not the class to do that. Last year was the class to do that, but this team didn't take the running back position seriously after taking R.J. Harvey. They just punted. You should have added a 7th rounder like Kyle Monangai. You should have done that. Caleb Lohner doesn't make any sense. So if you look at what the Broncos could get Jalen Wright for, it's a 5th rounder at most. Probably a 6th rounder. And you go, well, why would they want Miami's 3rd string guy? Well, one, do you like Alvin Kamara?
I like him a lot.
Because there's some Kamara to Jalen Wright's game. He's not a 1-for-1 clone. Don't at me, bro. But he is a player that brings that power, brings that intent to the field, and also has a ton of speed. Now, you look at Miami. He's behind Devon Achane. Devon Achane is their version of Jahmyr Gibbs. He's a star, potential superstar in this league. Devon Achane is the real deal. They drafted Ollie Gordon last year. Remember us talking about the Oklahoma State back a year ago in the draft? They get it right. They get a really good, powerful backup there, and Ollie Gordon could work perfectly with Devon Achane as kind of a thunder and lightning there for the Dolphins. Where does that leave Jalen Wright? A guy that has speed, that has intent as a runner, and only one time, because this isn't about box score. Bo's board is never about box score. It's never about he only has 300 yards, blah, blah, blah. That's never about that. It's about what you could be here. First off, do you have the talent to shine with an enlarged role? The answer with Jalen Wright is yes. How do I know that? 1, studied his game at Tennessee. 2, he had one start. He had 100 yards and a touchdown in that start.
Yep.
Okay, so with one start, he already did something that, correct me if I'm wrong, R.J. Harvey never had over 100 yards rushing?
Not rushing. Couple all-purposes.
Yeah, couple all-purpose. That's fine. That's what he's going to do. Mm-hmm. That's what he can continue to do. So I look at a guy as a runner that's about 210 pounds. He's got a bit of power, never afraid to run inside, which is always the key for a running back. What made Phillip Lindsay such an outstanding runner with a smaller size? And full disclosure, Jalen Wright's bigger than Phil. It's the fact that you're an inside-out runner. You can't just take it to the corner store when you get the handoff. NFL defenses are too fast and too disciplined.
Yep.
So you got to run it between the tackles. You got to hit that linebacker level and then turn on the speed to the outside. And that's something Jalen Wright could do. So again, with the thought experiment that is Bo's board, this isn't, he's the answer, guys, and I can't believe Miami, they're the dumbest team ever, and how could they do? It's none of that. It's, this guy is good. What's his role going to be here? Does he feel that role? Yeah. Does he have speed? Playmakers, right? Kev's always on my shoulder saying playmaker, playmaker, playmaker. Okay, Jalen Wright can be a playmaker, so I don't want to look at the numbers. Look at the film. Look at the opportunity. Very limited, but when he had an opportunity, he produced.
Yeah, that's you got to keep in mind with especially this player. His stats aren't going to jump off the screen for you. You're not going to go, "Oh, found him. That's the guy." Watch his tape. Watch how he runs and watch what you think what his numbers could look like with an elevated and honestly as close to a full-time role as he's ever had in just 2 short years at the NFL level. So I understand that there's not this, oh my God, Dover and Cecil just nailed it with Jalen Wright. But again, watch his tape. Think about what it would look like with this offensive line and a guy that, now I'm hesitant to say Davis Webb's going to give him 20 carries, but a guy that's going to go from 5 carries to 15 a game.
Right.
What does that look like?
Yeah, what does it look like? How can you make it work with R.J. Harvey still doing Harvey things? I want R.J. Harvey, and I know I'm not the rinse-repeat guy. I usually fight against that, but if R.J. Harvey did the exact same thing, the 12 touchdowns are going to be tough. I would guess right now, as we said on March 5th, R.J. Harvey's going to have 7 touchdowns next year. Getting double-digit touchdowns is incredibly difficult. It's one of the numbers from a fantasy perspective. He had 20 touchdowns that year. What did he do the next year?
Yeah.
Oh, he had 10. Yeah, that's why. So I would say, RJ, can you do what you did? The touchdowns won't be the same. Grow as a runner as much as you can, but still provide what you do in terms of in space, in terms of as a receiver out of the backfield. There's some very good things with R.J. Harvey. And the nice thing with Jalen Wright is he doesn't take away from that.
Yeah.
He's a guy that will have his specific role, and you can continue to have R.J. Harvey in his specific role, And together could be a nice combination.
Kevin Kistner is looking for the blonde in the red dress, though. He wants that look back, kind of player in free agency, and specifically the running back room. Does Jalen Wright do that for you?
5 years ago, if I was with the Broncos, yeah. I see the potential there, but I'm not ready to gamble and throw the dice at this guy yet because you are in that win now mode. I want the Kenneth Walker, the Travis Etienne, the Tyler Algier. I want one of those proven elite backs that are available this offseason. I'm not ready to test the market and go for and take a chance on a guy like this. Now, if he's replacing Jaleel McLaughlin and he's going to be the third down guy or the third back, then yeah, I would definitely bring this guy in a heartbeat. He's got the speed. He ran a 4.3 at the combine. And
I knew it was fast. I couldn't remember the exact number.
Well, it was weird. He ran a 4.44, and then he turned around on the second run and ran a 4.38.
Damn.
He's like, that's what I was supposed to be running this whole time.
Yeah.
So I've never seen a big gap like that before. But, he played at Tennessee in the SEC, so he's got that power there. He will run you over. The pile goes forward. That's something the Broncos
You're
need.
always looking at that, too.
Yeah. That's something the Broncos need. If he was replacing Jaleel McLaughlin, I'm bringing him in, but not to be my number one guy.
So he is R.J. Harvey, Jalen Wright, and you still need something sexy.
Yeah, I still need that sexy running back.
Well, I presented this guy earlier, and I don't think either of you guys took the bait. Could that be J.K. Dobbins? So if you got R.J., Jalen, J.K., and then J.K.'s done at week 10, and Jalen becomes the full-time guy.
But then that goes back to gets Kev what he doesn't want, which is Jalen Wright as your lead runner.
This is my personal opinion. I'm like, by week 10, I'd have Kevin around on Jalen Wright, but he's the real deal.
Yeah. I don't know. I want to hit swing. I want to swing big.
It's bigger than Jalen Wright?
Yeah. I'm down 0-2 in the count. I still want to swing for the fences.
I like that. At least you're taking the bat off the shoulder.
No, I'm swinging.
Yeah. Well, and George isn't afraid to take the bat off the shoulder. He just whiffs more often than we would
running
like.
back, you can't whiff this year. You've got to get it right.
Yeah.
See what I did there, Jalen Wright?
I like that. I like this idea. Dude, I've been telling you all offseason long about Bo's board. Hey, I don't want to break the bank for running back, and I still want production. This might be one of my favorites that you've brought to the table. Ceiling is big, bankroll is small, fit is perfect. What else are we looking for, man? I like Jalen Wright to the Denver Broncos.
Okay.
Low cost, like I said, low risk, high reward for a dude like that. All right, let's get into a couple of other NFL news and notes that's happening around the NFL. This Minnesota story isn't going anywhere, so I want to talk a little bit about that. Plus, our guy Lance Zierlein had his latest mock. We'll get into that coming up next.
Is the former Stanley Cup champion the remedy to bring the Avalanche back to glory?
At 35 years old, is Nazem Kadri a missing piece that you go, hey, here's a guy that can fix some of the issues we've been arguing about?
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, fellas, got to talk to you about something personal. I want to ask you about your sex life. You have one? Or you're dealing with erectile dysfunction and you're too embarrassed to do anything about it. Why would you feel that way? ED has this stigma on it that doesn't have to be. We're all grown-ups. We all know how important sex is in a relationship. And if you're dealing with something, why wouldn't you go to a clinic to take care of it? That's exactly what Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can do. They have an expert staff. They offer real solutions, not order something off the internet or a commercial you watched at midnight and thought it would get it done. If you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the very next day. They have 5 Colorado locations to choose from. I promise no matter where your feet are right now, there's something within 25 minutes of where you stand. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Stop with the poor excuses. I promise you your partner's going to get sick of that nonsense sooner rather than later, and you won't have the sex problem because you won't have a partner. Deal with erectile dysfunction today. It's not just going to magically get better, but if you go talk to my team over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have success rates well over 90%. And as I said, you could be having sex as soon as the next day. Start a conversation right now at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
303 Law 4040. Want to share one of the best compliments we've ever received. Had a listener call in to 303 Law 4040. His name was Peter. His wife was viciously attacked in a dog bite incident. So we set up a time to have him come in, and I met with him at length while his wife was recovering at the hospital. A couple days later, my wife recognized the number. She had spoken to Peter before. So when the phone call came in, she said, Peter! It was actually Peter's wife. She said, how did you know? She said, well, we love our clients. She was just surprised that we recognized the number. We had her come in, we met with her, and she says, I feel like we're your only clients. It's really awesome. We're not your only clients, are we? No, they're not our only clients, but what a compliment that our clients feel valued and that we treat them with such a high level of service. If you ever need us, that's the type of service you will get too. It's Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it.
Hey, what's up? It's Zach here. And if you're looking for your new go-to spot in Centennial, the Basketball Social House is it. Award-winning food and drinks, an incredible weekend brunch, and a brand new sports bar entertainment space where you can catch every Colorado game. Even if you're not playing, it's a great hang. But if you are, their private basketball suites are unreal. Full court, lounge, music, TVs, the whole setup. And because you're hearing this from me, get half off your first private basketball suite rental. Just use code HALFOFFHOOPS. Trust me, you're going to love this place.
Weightloss.com is state-of-the-art, and so to weightloss.com helped me lose 60 pounds a few years ago, and I've never gained the weight back. Why? I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. I had a real nutritionist there to help me along the way through my journey. I joined Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. You want to lose that weight? 1-866-800-SODA. Online at sodaweightloss.com. They are there for you like they were there for me. It's sodaweightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is state of the art.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, we're going to call a new name for our Superfan send-off coming up in our 1 o'clock hour. That could be in 13 minutes. It could be in an hour and 10 minutes. You never know when it's going down, but we're going to get it to you in that 1 o'clock hour before we get out of the way and make a little room for Zach By and Philip Lindsay. Those boys, of course, are the drive, and they'll get you home every single day. See, so I wanted to look around the NFL a little bit. A couple of these stories I wanted to chat about. With Minnesota being in the spot that they're in, I think there are a few of these, as James Palmer said it, all these teams that were interested in Jarrett Stidham as a starting quarterback. Kyler Murray sort of getting this same run. Is this just basically Minnesota who we're talking about that thinks, hey, we can be a player? They were a year ago and then watch their guy leave and go win a Super Bowl. And also, we're really desperate not to lose the best wide receiver in the entire world.
Yeah, we want to make Justin Jefferson happy, and J.J. McCarthy does not make Justin Jefferson happy. So they're desperate, and it's one of those things like, Kevin O'Connell, how long do you last? They already fired the GM. And
they still haven't filled, right?
I thought they might have. But anyway, Kev, double-check that for me. I look at Minnesota, and I go, Kevin O'Connell's a fine head coach. You only get so many cracks at this. and you're going to get a insert Kirk Cousins or whatever, you're going to have expectations to win. And if you push for the playoffs or get to the playoffs and lose in the first round, like, all right, when's the conversation turn to like Kevin O'Connell just couldn't do it? And that sucks for him, but that's the situation. When you don't have a quarterback, you're up a creek without a paddle. That's for sure. So if you look at that situation, it's just so – I look at this year's draft class, and apologies to your guy Fernando Mendoza, but I'm just like, oh, my God, these quarterbacks terrible.
Yeah. You don't have to apologize. He's not my guy anymore. He's going to be a Raider.
Okay, so he's going to go from being your guy to like totally disowning him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what happens when you become a Raider.
That's right. If you went to – well, I have a lot of sports hate. Like Raider, dead. Viking, dead. Patriot, dead. Cowboy, dead. There's a bunch of teams. I'm like, nope, don't mess with y'all. But, yeah, I'm with you on that. It's – to me – he's not going to be that good anyway, so you don't have to really worry about him. But Kyler Murray being the answer, that would lead to Justin Jefferson requesting a trade. Jarrett Stidham, that would lead to Justin Jefferson asking for a trade out of Minnesota. And you know what? Maybe that might be fun because none of us really like Minnesota that much.
It'd be fun to see Justin Jefferson playing somewhere else.
Yeah.
Like here.
Specifically in an orange and blue shirt. I certainly wouldn't mind that. Your buddy Lance Zierlein, he's a real one there at NFL Network and NFL.com. He's got his second mock draft out, and he actually has Kenyon Sadiq falling all the way down to 23, which I thought was interesting. It's like, okay, if you're 7 picks away, like what point does Sadiq being on the board get George and Sean scrambling to run to the phone?
19.
Really? At Carolina?
19. That's the spot. Carolina is the danger spot for Kenyon Sadiq because they've got Tedderone McMillan. They've got Bryce Young. They've got a ground game. Okay. Do they have a tight end? Tommy Trimble's not that. So they're going to try for Kenyon Sadiq. The Broncos have to be ready to jump Carolina.
Okay.
That's the team. And with Sadiq's performance at the Combine, he goes from a pick that'll be there in the 20s, not at 30. But he would have been there in the 20s. Now I'd say he goes between 15 and 20.
See, even at 23, I was like, whoa, that's a significant lower spot.
Yeah.
Significantly lower than I thought he would
the
be.
weird thing about this draft class is some of the non-sexy positions, ILB, for example, are the best part of the draft.
Yeah.
So you're going to have teams that are perplexed because they're like, I mean, I don't want to take an off-ball linebacker in the first round, but here we are.
Yep.
And that'll cause some of this talent to push down. Not much of it. This tight end class, there's 5 guys that I'd really like. The last one being Tanner Koziol, the Houston kid who's probably a 4th-round pick. But he's the very after that, I'm like, don't even.
It's nothing.
Yeah, it's just completely dry.
You know what we didn't think about or consider when the Chicago Bears sent DJ Moore to Buffalo this morning? And this is in Lance's mock, and I'm looking at Lance's mock. It's the only reason it's popping in my head right now. Every mock that I've seen of the people that we respect, and again, we're just looking at these guys that we really like, has Denzel Boston, Buffalo, number 26.
Yeah.
Well, they landed DJ Moore this morning for some draft picks. Now they have their wide receiver 1. I'm not saying it's out of the realm of possibility for them to continue with this trend and pick Denzel Boston at 26, but you, me, and Kevin loved Denzel Boston when you presented him on Bo's board.
Right.
At 26, okay, now we're only 4 spots away from where the Broncos are, and then I remember those damn Chiefs that are at 29 right there, and they always need help on the outside. Would that be a threat now that the Chiefs are in the way of Denzel Boston coming to Denver?
Yeah, and something about Brett Veach, the Chiefs GM, is like, he's having trouble finding wide receivers that don't stay out of trouble.
Right,
Rashee
exactly.
Rice. And then he makes swings for a Hollywood Brown or whoever. It's like, okay, they haven't yet replaced Tyreek Hill, and if they do, look out. And is that a guy? Boston's a different player, obviously, than Tyreek, but still, like, if they find that stud wide receiver to go along with their super stud quarterback, then look out, man. It's Kansas City's going to be right there. I can't stand them, can't stand their fans, but I know they're going to be right there when it comes to pushing for the Super Bowl next year.
Yeah, I hate that they'll be back.
They're going to be back.
Well.
They're this one down year for that team doesn't mean they're down forever.
No. All right, and creates another
They
hunger.
still have Pat Mahomes.
Zierlein's second mock. Go down to pick number 30. He's got a linebacker. It's not C.J. Allen, though. It's Anthony Hill Jr., the Texas linebacker. Lance writes that Hill hasn't been getting much buzz up to this point of the draft process, but he should be. He's fast. He's consistent as a find and finish linebacker and provides a quality rush / blitz options. So I like the fact that he's being called fast and consistent. That means when there's a running back coming out of the backfield, a dude like Anthony Hill Jr. can stay with him. A tight end, one of the top-tier elite tight ends at the NFL level, that means a guy like Anthony Hill Jr. can stay there. I've kind of fallen in love with the C.J. Allen name here.
Yeah.
But if he's not there, here's another name that we can monitor.
Hill is a nice replacement if you can't get C.J. Allen. And I've seen him mocked, earlier mocks, where Hill was there for the Denver Broncos at 30. So, again, linebacker class is really thick, really full. I prefer Jacob Rodriguez in the second round. But if the Broncos want Hill instead at 30, that'll be their pick. And again, an athletic player, very smart player, finds the ball quickly, not fooled by play action fakes.
Okay.
So there's a lot to like about Hill. Allen, there's more to like, more physicality that you like. But either one at 30, I know maybe not the sexy, not the curve TV or whatever Kev's looking for with curves. Still a really good player that could start immediately.
We're just looking for someone with curves. That's what we're looking for right now.
Yeah, and freaks if we can get it.
Yes, curvy freaks. We're into it.
Is that what we should just call our show? Curvy freaks.
Well, no, because that was in play. We are, and we're not that. Like, we're just interested in.
Oh, okay. All right.
This is just like I'm intrigued question. You're a draft guy. Lance Zierlein's last mock, so his first version of it, had the Broncos taking a wide receiver. Him changing to defense, is that like, I'm promoting Anthony Hill, or he's got some buzz about the player in the Broncos?
Yeah, and the thing is I don't think it's buzz with the player in the Broncos. And again, some of the earliest mocks had Hill to the Broncos.
Okay. So it's
some
not
of
just
the earliest
random
ones.
here.
Right. It's not random. It's not that Hill isn't deserving of that spot. It's not that they're reaching for Hill. It's just when you put a mock together, Jordan Reed had this with his mock draft that had the Broncos taking the Toledo safety. Okay, sometimes when you do a mock draft and you get to the end, hand up, I've done it, where you're just like, oh, God. Now, it's nice. My mock draft is based on what teams are telling me, so I try to be the most accurate as possible and have been the last 3 years. But I look at it, and I know I've done that exercise of, like, I just got to put a guy there.
There's a guy that I have a grade
I really
on.
like Hill, and the other guys, okay, it's probably too little early for Max Clare or whoever, tight end. So you go, okay, now I'm putting Hill there. So I'm not saying Lance did that, but Lance, him and Chad Ryder write the NFL descriptions at NFL.com for the player profiles. Chad's one of my best friends, and Lance is a dear friend. These guys are really smart about football.
Mm-hmm.
So if Lance is saying it, it definitely holds some
All right.
weight.
And we're going to check in with Chad a couple times here as March gets through and we get closer and closer to that NFL draft. All right, hour 3 done. Let's get into our fourth and final quarter. Going back to a conversation we had with Mike Kliss. There's a couple things we want to talk about that Mike told us. First up is what kind of play caller Davis Webb is going to be. Great question from Cecil. Broncos fans, you got to hear that answer. And then as far as the free agent wish list, what are the position priorities? Mike Kliss will tell us next.
They say history repeats itself, but this is a cycle no one expected. Can the Nuggets change this narrative before it's too late?
Nikola Jokic has not won back-to-back games since the week before Christmas. It's March.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Did you know GoodRx can help you save on medication, manage prescriptions, and get trusted health information? If you're one of the millions living with a heart condition, check GoodRx for an easier, more affordable way to manage your health. GoodRx offers common heart medications for under $30. Just search for your prescription, find the best price, then show your pharmacist the GoodRx coupon. And it works whether you have insurance or not. To start saving and better manage your heart health, download the free app or visit GoodRx.com today. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Husband and wife law firm where you don't get passed around to a law clerk or some call center overseas. You always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303-LAW-4040.
Colorado families, planning your next getaway just got easier. Explore real RVs, compare bunks, kitchens, storage, and layouts all in one place. The Great American RV Show, March 12th through the 14th at the Colorado Convention Center. Tickets just $12 online at greatamericanrv.show. Family adventures start here.
Thinking about upgrading your home's HVAC? Then Day and Night Mechanical Solutions of Denver can help and save you money. You may qualify for up to $20,000 in rebates through the Colorado HERE program and Excel Energy for energy-efficient heat pump systems. Day and Night Mechanical has the inside track on this program and will guide you through every step. Upgrade your HVAC and save big bucks. Visit dnmech.com. Act now while the offer lasts. Day and Night Mechanical Solutions. They fix it right, day and night.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD3, DU Women's Basketball faces South Dakota starting at 1, followed by DU Hockey skating with Miami starting at 6:30. On ESPN Denver 1600, DU Basketball faces North Dakota starting at 7.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
Changes are.
Oh, yeah.
Where they are financially and what's left for them to go tackle.
And it changes your draft plan as well, because we are saying Kenyon Sadiq in the first round, got to move up from 30, but what if they get Dallas Goedert? Probably not going to get Kenyon Sadiq then.
Probably don't need a guy like Kenyon's. You still address tight end, just not at 30.
Yeah, and just the wrong year, because you should have addressed it last year. But
Let me play devil's advocate real quick with you guys.
Okay.
What did we talk about yesterday with the Seattle Seahawks and John Schneider?
Getting best
he
player
had
available.
two really, really good wide receivers, and he still went and got Njigba. If you still get Dallas Goedert, why not take the youngster from Oregon?
Well, I mean, again, he probably won't be there, but like the Eli Stowers guy that we've talked about several times, I'm not opposed to that, Kevin.
I mean,
not at all.
If he's the best player on your board, why would you not take him? Just playing devil's advocate from the Seattle
That's
standpoint.
a fair point. Fair point. Hey, they just won the Super Bowl, so they're doing something right. John Schneider's lasted through 3 different coaches, so they're doing something right there with what his draft philosophy looks like. But I want to talk about what you asked Mike Kliss. And we know Davis Webb is now going to be the play caller. What changes with that? Your question to Mike was, hey, are we actually going to see emphasis on running the football? They actually run the ball without having to run it on top of the play sheet like Sean Payton had to do. Here's what Kliss said.
My experience is first-time offensive coordinators are more aggressive. You know, they want to put it up. They want to score a lot of points.
Yeah.
You don't score a lot of points running the ball. You run the ball to control the clock, to kind of control the pace of the game, but you don't run the ball to score points. So, I don't know. I do think they want to run the ball more. I know Sean Payton wants to run the ball more effectively, but Davis Webb, he's going to want to push it more. down the field than Sean did.
So he's going to want to push it a little bit more down the field. And then he talks about first-time play callers. Hey, I finally get a crack at this. Oh, I want to hand the ball off. Let's move it downfield and score points and get big chunk plays. All of that makes sense. Now, I will say this, and again, we just have a certain time with Mike Klis. We couldn't dive deep into it. You and I have talked about this before, though. He's a quarterback. Sean was also a quarterback, but, not really. Davis Webb just did this 6-7 years ago.
Yeah.
Now, that makes sense what Mike's saying. I'm not pushing back against the idea of, of course, I could get it. If I'm a first-time play caller, chicks dig the long ball, right? Let's do that kind of stuff. But I think Davis Webb has a better grasp of, you want to throw the ball downfield? Chicks dig the long ball? You know how you set that up? You hand the ball off on first down 90% of the time.
Yeah.
You create play-action opportunities. We've talked about this till we were blue in the face this last season because of what Sean was not doing. I think that's where Davis is going to separate it. Would he prefer to throw the ball every single time? Of course he would. He's a quarterback.
Right.
But to set up those big chunk plays, to make yourself look good, to get your points per game up from 24 to maybe 27 and flirt with that 30 number at some point, you have to run the football.
What has Sean said the last 2 years and then hasn't backed it up? One of the things.
I was going to say what, but can I pick? Several things we could choose from here.
What's a quarterback's best friend?
A running
He said
game.
it. Yeah. Why don't you run the ball, Sean? So with Davis Webb being a quarterback and not a scab quarterback. It was during the strike. I mean, he was a scab quarterback during the strike. That's literal historic fact. But like being a quarterback and understanding Sean Payton is right. Running game is your best friend. So my hope for Davis Webb in calling plays is that if it's a 2-yard gain, he doesn't abandon it. Because you could have a game plan, you could spend all week, and they're weak against the run. I mean, look at that Buffalo game. Now, it worked because the Broncos won, but the Buffalo Bills' rush defense was terrible. They went into the game as like, let's just pass all day. Mm-hmm. Now, I believe they did that because they didn't believe they could run the ball. And honestly, I don't think they could have in the way that you needed to because R.J. Harvey isn't that runner. And will he ever be that runner? I'm not sure. Unlikely to be that. Maybe he blows us all away with his development as a runner. But I hope that when Davis Webb has the run game, hey, this week, let's say they get Tyler Algier. Tyler, you're getting 20 carries. We got in the game plan. And then the first 2 carries for Tyler Algier are like 3 yards. 2 carries, -2 yards. And you're like, oh, my God. Sean would abandon it.
Yeah.
I hope that Davis doesn't and sticks with I stick by my story, sticks with the plan in terms of like, we're going to run, we're going to keep running, and we know that the success will be there because those 3 and 4 yard gains in the first half, and 4 is good enough, but like 3 yards, 2 yards, those gains in the second half, if you run it enough, become 6 yards, 8 yards, 16 yards, 25 yards. That's the type of runs that you're setting up. So the early lack of success doesn't mean you're going to have a late lack of success. You got to stick with it.
Yeah, and you're right. That's exactly right. Sean Payton abandoned it way
It didn't work.
too often and way too early.
It didn't work. I just showed you guys. It didn't work.
Yeah. He's like, look, he's touched the ball 3 times. He's got 6 yards. You think I'm going to do this all day?
Right, and he's also ice cold because he can't get into a rhythm as a runner. Ask any running back, and I go back to my conversations with Terrell Davis, who's a great friend. Dude, you got to get into a rhythm. So part of me is like pissed off at R.J. Harvey for not being better as a runner, but also there's part of me of like, what would happen if you gave him 20 carries? I guarantee it'd be, a little better than people think.
Doesn't that same conversation about rhythm fall to the offensive line as well? Do you want to know a little bit about the back that's behind you so you have a bit of a feel of where he likes to run, where he's trying to squeeze between you guys? Like that rhythm, that routine, the other word, like that's not just for running backs. Those 5 offensive linemen in front of you need to feel that too.
Right. So hopefully Davis is better at that, at being more resolute when it comes to sticking with the ground game.
I like this text here. Sup, tribe? Late check-in. You're never too late, TJ. You're checking in, so it's all good. He's running errands for the company, so nice to check in and listen for a bit. I'm excited to see Davis Webb as our OC. Go Broncos, go Nugs, and go Avs. All right, TJ, we appreciate that. It's never too late for Tribe Roll Call. They could pretty much do it whenever they want.
Yeah. Tribe Roll Call is always welcome because we always want to give you all a shout-out.
That's exactly right. One more from something that we learned about Mike Klis. Again, this is a question that you asked him about Dre Greenlaw. Is it a possibility that Dre's not even on this team in 2026?
Yeah, there's a chance. Greenlaw especially has no guaranteed on the $9 million. He has a $2 million injury guarantee, and I don't think that applies as much as he was injured last year. He was healthy enough to play in the last 2 games. I think he's definitely vulnerable, and he only played half the season for $11.5 million. And so that's a guy that definitely is vulnerable to a cap casualty.
Would Broncos country, Cecil, would you feel all right about the linebacker room if it's, I'm going to throw a name in now, I know you'll make it all right, if it were, hey, we brought back Justin Strnad, we brought back Alex Singleton, we drafted Jacob Rodriguez, and we cut Dre Greenlaw?
Yeah, and that's the thing. The best linebacker room, if I just said, you can have anything, what's the best linebacker room that you could possibly have for the Denver Broncos? Part of me would be like, well, Devin Lloyd's in there, right? But if not, I could easily make the argument that Jacob Rodriguez, Alex Singleton, and Justin Strnad is a better trio than any combination you could give me with Dre Greenlaw. Because if you get Devin Lloyd, you're probably just moving on from Dre Greenlaw because of the money, because Devin Lloyd's going to make a whole lot of money. So, yes, Devin Lloyd, yes. I'm all about that. Nakobe Dean, whatever you want to say. But I look at it and I go, I could easily make an argument that your best linebacker room does not include Dre Greenlaw. And it's such a 180 from where we were a year ago, but we also expected him to not complain about practice and to actually be healthy. And he wasn't able to do either one of those things.
That's what I mean. Two major red flags for Dre Greenlaw. One, his body is his body, and he kind of seemed like a wuss a little bit with complaining about practice. I didn't know what to say. It's like, that's the only word I could call. I want to say something else, but I can't say that word on the radio.
Yeah.
So it just felt like that.
I wouldn't let Dre know you said that.
Oh, he's bigger than me for sure, yeah.
He's a big, mean man, everybody.
Well, he could catch me, too. I was going to say, maybe I'd give him that Schlereth knee kick, and then I'd get out of there.
Okay.
Probably still catching me.
Or you just tell Mark Schlereth, hey, did you hear what Dre Greenlaw said about you? And then go hide behind Stink.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
I'll stink fight my battles for bigger men like that. Smart play. All right, Broncos country, what say you? Dre Greenlaw, yay or nay? And what are your feelings on Davis Webb? Is he going to have a commitment to the run game, or will it be similar to what we saw from Sean Payton? Let's talk about the Avs, man. We are at 23 hours and 49 minutes until the trade deadline will come and go. They've already started the trade party, did that last night, added a player today. We'll tell you what they did, who the latest additions were, and if that's enough so far. That's coming up next.
Calling all wrestling fans. Now's your chance to win your way into the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money all included. It's the Superfan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040. First, head to DenverSports.com/Superfan to register. Then tune in every hour to see if your name is called. If you hear your name, you have 10 minutes to call us back and be entered into the grand prize drawing. It's the Superfan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly with nationwide 5G because Cricket is on the AT&T network. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Men, we all know how important sex is in a relationship, both for you and your partner. But erectile dysfunction ruins sex, which can often have serious impacts on your relationship as well. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, you understand the impacts it has on you and the one you love. But I'm here to tell you that ED is a treatable condition, and almost without exception, you can have really good sex again. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men with protocols that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, good sex will be the norm. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a level of intimacy for you and your partner that might just astound you both. It's time to have really good sex again, so call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Everything is getting more expensive. Gas, groceries, and especially rent, which can go up every single year. But as a homeowner, you have a secret weapon. While the world gets pricier, a fixed rate mortgage stays exactly the same. That stability isn't just peace of mind, it's your family's financial foundation. American Financing understands home ownership creates wealth. Every monthly payment builds equity and stacks your net worth on autopilot. It's how the middle class actually wins the long game. Your home is a flexible asset. You can live in it, rent it out for passive income, or pass it down to your children. Renting gives you none of that. American Financing salary-based mortgage consultants can help you get pre-qualified with no upfront fees. Call American Financing today and get a pre-qualification letter in 24 hours or less. Call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or online at AmericanFinancing.net. Secure your rate, build your wealth, and get the cash you need. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text ROAD to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text ROAD to 323232 right now. Text ROAD to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's ROAD to 323232. Text ROAD to 323232 now.
SodaWeightLoss.com is state of the art, and SodaWeightLoss.com helped me lose 60 pounds a few years ago, and I've never gained the weight back. Why? I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. I had a real nutritionist there to help me along the way through my journey. I joined Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. You want to lose that weight? 1-866-800-SODA, online at SodaWeightLoss.com. They are there for you like they were there for me. It's SodaWeightLoss.com. Soda Weight Loss is state of the art.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we got to talk a little bit about the Colorado Avalanche and a deal that got done this morning.
Do you think they're done?
That got done last night.
You think they're done? Just kind of feels like they're done.
I do sort of feel that way.
Okay, our
They've given
Avs
up
fans
2/5 and a first
right
in the last 12 hours.
Yeah, I think they're done, and I think Avs fans should be happy with their move today.
So real quick, what it was last night is just a depth piece, basically. They're bringing in like a 7th, 8th defenseman, sent a 5th-round pick back to get, was it Blankenberg, I believe is the name? I'll find it real fast. But again, it's just like, hey, break glass in case of emergency. You might see him throughout the regular season, and you only see him in the postseason if things have gone very, very bad and injury bug has been. I'm going to knock on wood as I say that because I'd hate to be the reason. But what Cecil's mentioning is the move that was made today. And they get a deal done to go get Nicholas Waugh from Toronto. Nicholas Waugh is a third-line guy. He's got a bigger body at 6'4", 200 pounds.
Right.
Physical dude. He's not going to, blow you away with his skating ability. But he's also not going to be a major liability or see a giant drop in production on that third line. The cost is what kind of turns me off a little bit.
Okay.
But again, if we're going to go F them picks and you tell me Nicholas Waugh is going to come in here and shore up that third line center and I don't have to worry about anything after the top 6, all right, well, then the draft pick is going to be worth it.
And they've got an addendum so that if it's a top 10 pick, that they don't
It'll
get
go-
it.
it-
It'll
well,
move it
it'll move
back.
back, yeah.
Move it back. And they're not going to have a top 10 pick.
They
So
won't.
I know first-round pick in the NFL, wow. And then in hockey, you're still...
Yeah, just the term. I just
the term first round
I
pick?
get it, and I get where the Avs are going to be, but just that term comes with some expectation.
Okay, well, I think expectations for the postseason should be there for Waugh, coming in as a former teammate of Victor Olofsson with the
nice.
Vegas Knights, and that's what you're hoping. You're hoping you get the Knights version of Waugh, where he can bring that physicality, where he can get those points. We're talking in the playoffs, a point every other night. That type of contribution and his role. Whereas if you would have gotten Nazem Kadri and we would have done the dance of joy, you're also asking Nas to now you're getting kind of demoted.
Yep.
You're getting Waugh as a third-line guy. He's going to be a third-line guy. So he's ready. He's physical. Maybe not the best skater, the most athletic skater. This team is full of athletic skaters, so I think you're good on that, right?
Yeah.
I think your grocery list is full on the supremely
they got
gifted
guys that can move.
athletic movers, skaters out there. You need physicality. You need a toughness, and that's what Waugh brings to the ice. So I think even with that first-round price tag, Avs fans should look at this as a win for their team.
That's an interesting question that you asked if they're done. Because, all right, is it enough? Do you feel like, hey, they're better today than they were yesterday? Are they power play box still needs to be checked. The sloppiness would cause them to take all those penalties. I think just more ice time together after an Olympic break is going to handle all of that. I'm not honestly too worried about the PK side of it more than the power play side. I mean, the guys that they're dealing for last night and today aren't going to touch PP1 or PP2.
Yeah. So power play conversation is still there. According to Mike Evans, it's all we talk about. We got a lot to talk about with this team. But does Waugh make them better for the postseason? My answer is yes. Does he have expectations come the postseason? My answer is yes, and we don't yet know if he's going to be available Friday against the Stars.
No, which is also weird to me. So if Toronto was playing Dallas on Friday night, he'd be fine. Now his new team is the Avalanche, who's going to play Dallas on Friday night, and he's not fine. Maybe it's above my pay grade, but that just sounds stupid to me.
Yeah, it's a little bit odd, but we're going to be anxiously awaiting for what he looks like with this team, because having that third line depth that they needed can benefit them in the long haul. And that's what this team is built for. It is an F them picks sort of situation. Like, it's Stanley Cup or bust, man.
Let me ask you this. You're Chris McFarland in this scenario, and then I'll be him after that.
Okay.
We're doing some role playing here.
Can I keep my hair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, your hair's better than his for sure.
He doesn't have any hair.
Would you feel comfortable? You're the general manager. You know it's a little warm underneath that seat that you sit upon. Would you think you'd have done enough now? Is your team in a position to go raise Lord Stanley's cup a mile high? Because if not, we got to have some uncomfortable conversations about your job.
Yeah, and I'd say this is where the Val Nichushkin conversation comes into play. Like, there's been rumblings and there's been reporters that cover both sides of their ass so they could be like, I've heard that they might move on from Val Nichushkin. I've actually heard that they might not move on from Val Nichushkin. Okay, got it, buddy, got it.
Great media work. Cover all your bases.
What offers are you getting for Val Nichushkin? So is Chris McFarland done? Is he himself? If I'm Chris McFarland, am I done? No.
I don't know that I...
Deadline's not passed.
Right.
I'm not done. I'm still open. Phone lines are still open.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Operators are standing by.
I'd say the operators are standing by to see what you're offering for Val Nichushkin. That's it.
See, I'd kind of feel the same way. Now, I've had the conversations with Calgary. Clearly, the price tag was too much. And you go, all right, that's not available. What are my next best moves? And Nicholas Waugh, obviously, a part of that. But I don't know that I'd feel comfortable of, hey, I've done it. I've put the best roster out there, and now we have a better chance to win Lord Stanley's Cup.
Right.
Have they gotten a little better? Yeah, I'll give him that. But I don't know that I could be confident that I've done everything I can to change the tune of this team.
Yeah. So continue to work, continue to answer those phone calls, and continue to see what this team can build before the trade deadline is passed.
It'll happen at 1 o'clock tomorrow. We'll be here for it. It'll come and go, and we'll tell you everything that they have done. All right, let's call our final name for today on our show, and then you get 4 more with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on the drive. It's our Superfan Send-Off contest, and this hour we're looking for John. I'd just like to make John sweat for a second. John Martin. Mr. Martin, we are looking for you, sir. John Martin, you could be heading to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world, thanks to 303 Law 4040. You got to do something, though, John Martin. You got to call us back in the next 10 minutes. And the number is, are you ready, John? 303-713-1043. If you make that phone call, John Martin, you're going to be entered into the drawing for our grand prize for the Superfan Send-Off. That's a pair of 2-night tickets to the event in Vegas. You got to get there. So how about round-trip airfare for you and your guests from Denver to Vegas, a hotel for 2 nights, and $500 preloaded on a Visa gift card. That's what's on the line for you, John Martin. But if you don't call us back in the next 10 minutes at 303-713-1043, we unfortunately can't put your name in the hat for the grand prize drawing.
John Martin, I wonder how many times he says, "Damn, Gina."
He should a lot. Mm-hmm. I kind of want to change my name to Martin just to do that from time to time. If you haven't signed up like John has, get to DenverSports.com/superfan. Sign up. Listen. That's all you got to do is get signed up and then listen to the best sports station in the whole state, and you might just be on your way to Las Vegas. Compliments of 303 Law 4040. All right, see, so there were 2 more things that Mike Kliss told us that I want to make sure we get a chance to react to. One, how much of a priority is wide receiver? They want to make a splash at running back. They need a tight end upgrade. They need linebackers because 2 guys are going to go and 1 they might cut. Where does that leave wide receiver? We'll tell you next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Common Spirit Health, we don't just see a cancer diagnosis. We see you. And you don't have to do this alone. We believe you should be surrounded by your people, so you can keep them close while you get care close to home. Supported by our care team from diagnosis to treatment and beyond, and strengthened by treatment tailored to you. Because there's no one-size-fits-all approach to cancer care. Find cancer care with human kindness close to you at mountain.commonspirit.org.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR. AdvancedHair.com. DenverSports.com.
When the Nuggets are knocking down threes, you score too. If Denver hits 15 or more three-pointers, you score a free 28-ounce Gatorade Lower Sugar the very next day at your friendly King Soopers. Gatorade Lower Sugar is scientifically formulated with Gatorade's #1 proven electrolyte blend and has 75% less sugar than Gatorade Thirst Quencher and no artificial flavors, sweeteners, or colors. Big shots deserve next-level hydration. Only at King Soopers.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth, and home show season in February is when homeowners make the smartest improvement decision before the demand hits. If windows are in your future, Gravina's Window Center of Littleton offers Infinity by Marvin fiberglass windows built for strength, efficiency, and long-term value. And this February, you'll save 25% plus enjoy 12 months zero-interest financing. Visit windowsforyourhome.com or call them at 303-794-0490.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040, the husband and wife law firm where you don't get passed around to a law clerk or some call center overseas. You always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
Colorado, love horsepower and serious adventure. The Great American RV Show hits the Colorado Convention Center March 12th through the 14th. Rugged RVs, overland builds, solar, suspension, off-grid tech, 150 brands, and major dealers. Tickets $12 online at GreatAmericanRV.show, where serious gear meets real adventure.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Score big, save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Try Wendy's new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mint cookie pieces. Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's and Girl Scouts of the USA.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD3, DU women's basketball faces South Dakota starting at 1, followed by DU hockey skating with Miami starting at 6:30 on ESPN Denver 1600. DU basketball faces North Dakota starting at 7.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we got to get to a couple more things we learned this morning from our Broncos insider from 9 News, Mike Kliss. He gets on the air with us every single Thursday, and we always look forward to that. We've been talking about wide receiver, and we've been talking about trades for wide receiver because it's all trade week this week for Bo's board.
Yeah.
But you've brought up a couple guys that the Broncos could draft, could just go get in free agency. And then that was one of our questions to Mike Kliss. All right, we know they need running back, wide receiver, tight end, and inside linebacker. Those are the 4 at the front of Broncos offseason conversation. What would that pecking order look like, and how big of a priority is wide receiver?
Yeah, a week ago, what I was hearing was the Broncos weren't going to make a big splash at receiver. Running back was a priority. Tight end, a joker to go along with Ingram was a priority. Inside linebacker is a big priority. Receiver is somewhere after those 3 positions. They do have the 4 that they like. They need another receiver, and preferably one who can return kicks, kind of help out, ease the load on Marvin Mims, so he can do a little more receiving. He's a real good punt returner. Keep him on punt returner. use him a little more as a receiver. Maybe take him off the kickoff returner a little bit more than what you did last year. But, I think they want a number 3 receiver type. I don't think they'll go big at receiver. A number 3 receiver type who can return.
All right, so that's very interesting. One, you and I had talked about that maybe a week, 2 weeks ago of, hey, what's the best plan of action here? Just take Marvin Mims off punt return and let him focus on being a full-time wide receiver so you can unlock a little bit more. Sounds like Cliff is saying they're not going to do that, but maybe there's another body out there where it's a big, hey, we have a big game plan for Marvin this week because of the matchup dictates that. We're going to take him off of special teams and let somebody else handle that role.
Yeah, and that'd be nice if they had that option because Marvin Mims can really help this offense in a big, big way, and hopefully Davis Webb is the one to unlock that or uncork that for Mims and company. But what kind of wide receiver, the way Kliss is painting the picture, because we had the report, Kev shared it, 10 teams in on Jalen Nailor? So even if we take a guy that's further down the free agent wish list, but a guy that we've presented on Bo's board, it's on our YouTube channel. What's up, YouTube? If you want to check that out, Bo's board every day, going out 9 p.m. on our YouTube channel every single day, Monday through Friday. And with Jalen Nailor, he's way down the board, and 10 teams are after him? So with Kliss saying what he said, and I believe him, I just go, okay, well, what in the world receiver are you going to convince to be like, hey, come here? Why? Increase roll?
Right.
I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Maybe increase roll.
What's the sell job if you're trying to sell yourself to a free agent? Yes, you can sell Super Bowl window. Yes, you can sell Bo Nix. Yes, you can sell richest owners in sports and great culture and all those sorts of things. These are all very positive. But if I look at 10 teams after Jalen Nailor, the bag is the bag. The bag's going to be what the bag's going to be. And Denver can outpay anybody.
That's right.
But your role, the way Kliss is talking of like, yeah, they might add another receiver. I mean, not to do anything, but it's like, why would someone want to come here, especially if you're on the come up? Would another receiver, let's say, for example, if Tim Patrick was on your list and let's bring him back. But that's a veteran guy that's kind of at the end or whatever. And, just come in, fill a role. You're a body, trusted, whatever. But a young cat like a Jalen Nailor, you're not really going to convince him to come here if you're not at least trying to lie to him that there's going to be an opportunity here.
Well, then even if there's not that opportunity, you lie to him and he realizes the writing on the wall, then you got a frustrated employee. And that's not what this locker room, this culture is all about.
Exactly.
It's to me, like I said, running back room, I have a hard line on my number. I think it's about $8 million. That's where I want to spend. That's top dollar of what I want to spend for a running back. So that kind of takes Breece Hall out. It takes Kenneth Walker out, which is okay with me on the Kenneth Walker front. With wide receiver, that's always been my pushback to you. Okay, what's this guy that comes in going to do for the development of Marvin Mims, of Troy Franklin, and of one Pat Bryant? Kliss is kind of saying, hey, they're kind of looking at it as more of a wide receiver 3, which means two guys are still an odd man out, be it probably Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant. But I guess that would be a training camp battle of like, hey, Cortland's 1, Marvin's 2-ish, and then you guys, your 3-4 guys, are all fighting for 3 and 4.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You've got competition. You got competition that's already here, so whoever you add, maybe you draft a wide receiver. Maybe it's Denzel Boston in the first round. Whatever the chances are, and I've seen Casey Conception also getting mocked to the Denver Broncos as well, which is interesting and exciting. I think Malachi Fields was part of Jordan Reed's mock draft, the big 6'4" Notre Dame receiver that could come in and help make some plays. But whether you're a draft pick or a free agent, if you're a wide receiver coming here, you're going to have to compete. And I dig that, man. I'm excited about that because competition makes us all better.
That's right. Well, one of the pass catchers that we were disappointed in was Evan Ingram. And that was another question that we threw at Mike Kliss. Is Evan Ingram here for the long haul, and will we get a different version of him now that Davis is the play caller?
And Ingram, from what I understand, he's got $5 million guaranteed this year on the 11.5, so that's a decent chunk to eat. I think for going into this, the plan is to keep Ingram. Unless they get, Dallas Goedert for $5 million and Sadiq falls to number 30.
Right.
Barring, you never say never, but barring the unlikely, I think Ingram's probably going to be okay. From what I understand, Davis Webb wants a crack at seeing if he can use them a little more.
I wonder if that's a part of, you remember George and Sean's story when he's talking about our interview with Davis Webb. They say they interview him, they were very impressed, super smart guy, and then they're like, get the car, turn him around. We don't want him to go. We need to sign him right now. How much of that conversation was, one, running game that we've talked about, but two, it's not like Evan's going to go in there and be like, yeah, Sean, you didn't really know what you were doing with Evan Ingram. Here's my plan. Let me show you what I would do.
Right.
But I'd imagine that's a part of the conversation of, hey, we still lacked, and if it's just George and Sean in the room, it's like, we still lacked production from this player or position, however they wanted to phrase it. How would you fix that?
They were part of the same draft class with the Giants, so I believe that Davis Webb and Evan Ingram in that personal relationship, there's stuff you say in front of the bosses. Sorry, Drew. And there's stuff that you say just us. Like you and me say stuff privately that we don't tell everybody.
Yeah.
I'd
imagine
imagine
to do with Latina baddies, but sometimes it's work.
I'd imagine that Davis Webb, I bet there's like a bro hug where he bros up with Evan Ingram and be like, I got you. I know, Sean. Trust me, I know. So nothing, egregious or inflammatory or whatever. It's not like he's going to throw Sean Payton under the bus. But I guarantee you, he goes up to Evan Ingram, daps him up, gives him the bro hug, and be like, dude, I got you. I know. Yeah, trust me. We don't need to talk about it. I know how Sean can be. Dude, I got you. I got you. You're gonna go off this year. I bet there's a private conversation like that.
Well, and it's like I said, it's a little bit of the almost the good cop, bad cop. Like Evan clearly wasn't happy with what Sean's decisions were, said as much after the season. Yeah. And now Davis gets to go up there and be like, hey, let's reset, let's restart. Like you said, I got you. I'm going to make you a priority when I'm the guy that calls the plays.
Does every team with championship aspirations need a good cop and a bad cop? Because the Colorado Avalanche have a good cop in Jared Bednar because he loves you guys.
These guys.
And a bad cop in Nathan McKinnon who's mad when you eat a Snickers.
Yeah.
The Denver Broncos have Sean Payton as the bad cop and Davis Webb as the good cop offensively. Vance Joseph's probably the good cop defensively.
Agreed.
What do the Nuggets have?
Good cop, good cop, good cop. That guy doesn't speak. Good cop, good cop, good cop.
Yeah.
Not ideal.
So I think that is part of the, let's do sports psychology. I think part of that sports psychology is you need someone to love you up, but you also need someone to be like, dude, you could have been better. You need to be better. What are you doing? We expect more out of you.
You need to see.
You need that.
You said it yesterday, like the parent thing. Like you got to be a parent more than a friend.
Right.
On the coaching staff, you need a coach and a critical thinker, not a bro and a beer drinking buddy.
Right. And I'll say for myself personally, when Spivak gives me coaching notes, I take them and I try to really listen to them and I try to react. Hopefully Drew thinks I do react. But I'll tell you what wouldn't work if every day he's blowing bubbles at me and be like, you're the best, Cecil. Your opinions were the best. No.
Yeah.
Tell me. I'll listen. And then let's get it right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So then when Drew does say something to me that's good, I can go, oh, that means it's real. It's not fake.
Yeah, he's not just pumping your tires.
I think too many times with the Nuggets, specifically, if we're having this conversation, it's just like, everything's good. Everything is awesome. The Ball Arena is not the Lego movie. No. There's some problems there with the Denver Nuggets, and let's do this. We got to go over these next 7 games.
Yeah.
I want a prediction from everyone. We're going to go over the next 7 games for the Nuggets. I want a prediction of what their record will be after the toughest 7-game stretch that you're ever going to see.
They have the hardest remaining schedule in the NBA, and it's probably thanks to this 7-game stretch that starts
This will define how far they can go.
It's all playoff teams and only 2 non-Western Conference opponents. So let's tell you what the Avs have done today. If you're just joining us and catching up with everything sports world, we'll make sure you're caught up with a couple of Avs trades that went down. And then as Cecil said, this 7-game stretch is no dang joke. How will the Nuggets handle it starting tonight versus the Los Angeles Lakers? We'll have that conversation next.
Calling all wrestling fans. Now's your chance to win your way into the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money all included. It's the Superfan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040. First, head to DenverSports.com/Superfan to register. Then tune in every hour to see if your name is called. If you hear your name, you have 10 minutes to call us back and be entered into the grand prize drawing. It's the Superfan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Low testosterone can be a real problem for many men. It causes poor sleep patterns, decreased energy, low sex drive, and it makes it really hard to stay in shape. And as we all know, a healthy body is very important to our overall health and well-being. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if some or all of these symptoms sound like you, we can likely help you be done with low T. We can also help you lose weight, support your metabolism, improve your gains in the gym, and more with our new targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. Our low T protocols, applied in conjunction with our body composition plans, will help most men see real improvements, true weight loss, higher energy, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and a renewed sex drive as well. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Future therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Did you know GoodRx can help you save on medication, manage prescriptions, and get trusted health information? If you're one of the millions living with a heart condition, check GoodRx for an easier, more affordable way to manage your health. GoodRx offers common heart medications for under $30. Just search for your prescription, find the best price, then show your pharmacist the GoodRx coupon. And it works whether you have insurance or not. To start saving and better manage your heart health, download the free app or visit GoodRx.com today. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
When our grandfather started Williams Jewelers in 1947 as a humble little neighborhood jewelry shop, he could not have imagined how big his dreams would grow. I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. Today, thanks to you, Williams Jewelers is not only one of America's largest fine jewelers,
we're Colorado's premier jeweler, with more of the world's top designers than any other store, including Roberto Coin, Marco Biccigo, Kwiat, Hearts on Fire, Mikimoto, and dozens more.
An entire diamond and bridal department with the latest engagement ring styles and wedding bands from Tacori, A. Jaffe, and Gabriel & Company.
Add to that our legendary Swiss watch collections and service center, and you have the only jeweler you'll ever need.
With over 30 jewelry professionals, master goldsmiths, and watchmakers to serve you at Williams Jewelers, you'll still always be treated just like our grandfather would.
Like family.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we got to get our tribe members set for the Lakers game.
Nothing but a gangster party.
What this next 7 games looks like.
Oh, my God.
By the way, real quick squirrel moment, which I think you'll appreciate.
Yes.
One of my dear friends, Alyssa, one of my best bud Dave's wife is turning 40, and she asked the other day in our group chat like what the theme should be, and there is a straight out of my 30s, and it's all like West Coast rap theme for her birthday. I think that's what she's going to choose. So we get to dress and just play Tupac the entire time we're out of town.
Nice.
I like that theme party kind of stuff. I'm into that.
Nice.
That's
to live and die in L.A.
That's right. To live and die in your 40s, I guess.
Are you going to get like fake death row chains? Are you going to wear a death row T-shirt at least?
I will. I got a death row hat. I'll wear a
Okay.
T-shirt. I'll just throw the chains on that I already have.
I think I have 2 death row T-shirts, so if you
can
need
hook
one,
me
let me
up?
know. Yeah.
I'll throw my abs and my Minds rings on and stuff like that. I'll be balling.
Okay, there you go.
So looking forward to that. Before we get into that Nuggets conversation, let's just catch everybody up with what's gone down today for the Colorado Avalanche. They did make one trade. They added a defenseman last night. That's just basically a depth piece. But today, it was a trade with Toronto for a first-round pick, protected for 2027, and a fifth-round pick. So they've given up 2 fifths and a first for 2 players. The player today is Nicholas Waugh, 6'4", 200-pound third-line centerman with a right-handed shot. Again, you're going to hear that. At least I heard it. Like, first-rounder. Whoa, what's this guy bring to the table? And his numbers aren't going to jump off the screen or make you go, oh, man, they really got something done here with Chris McFarland. But what this does, Cecil, is it says, hey, we really are going to rely upon the top dogs, the top 6 here. We know what they're capable of. And you probably even want a little bit more out of guys like that. Cale Makar, Devon Taves, they've started to show us that they can bring a little bit more to the rink than they had pre-Olympic break. This to me is, hey, we needed something that we could trust, that we could throw out there on our third line. Some minutes obviously will dip into the postseason, but somebody that's reliable and we don't have to worry about as our third line center, which we've done for, it feels like, the last 5 years with this club.
You use the word reliable. I'll use the word physical.
Okay.
And if he's both, and he is, then Waugh is exactly what the Avs needed. Reliable, physical. And I know that people are worried about the speed, skate speed. Our friend Megan Engley from Guerrilla Sports put out a graph. I sent it to you guys in the group chat about the speed compared to Jack Drury and Nicholas Waugh. And miles per hour, it's like 1 mile an hour difference, basically. And then she has total miles skated.
Holy cow.
So Waugh's got more miles skated. Average
What's the
miles
number on that?
skated per 60 minutes, 142.
Okay.
Average miles skated per 60 minutes, Waugh has the superior number, 979 compared to 940. Most miles skated in a game, 332 instead of 282 for Jack Drury. And then most miles skated per period, 1.29. So you've got a lot of ice time, basically, for Waugh compared to Jack Drury. And again, the speed is really, it's not as consequential as people would think. And you look at the bursts that you can have, because really it comes down to those bursts.
Mm-hmm.
How many times can you burst yourself into action? It is 285 18 to 20 mile an hour bursts.
Damn.
For Waugh. It's 258 for Jack Drury. So I think the speed
That's still
conversation,
pretty solid for a guy that can't
no
skate.
one's ever going to say that Nicholas Waugh is fast, but we have to measure this speed conversation correctly, and I believe Megan did that with her tweet.
I like that. I mean, that's still a pretty impressive number. That speed burst, when you get between 18 and 20 miles an hour, very few guys are north of 20 on skates.
Yeah.
So
You're cooking.
That's impressive.
Yeah, you're cooking there.
That makes me like it a little bit more there.
Well, and you know that with his veteran experience and his discipline, this guy's been a champion with Vegas. By the way, after their championship run with the Golden Knights, he played with Victor Olofsson there.
Nice.
So he's got that connection. He has a connection with Marty Netches.
He and Marty Netches won the Calder Cup in Charlotte 6 years ago, back in 2019.
Yeah. So
7 years ago.
This guy can come in with that championship experience, knows a couple of guys on the team already, and lock in, ready to go. Get ready for the postseason where he can be an every other game point guy.
Yeah. I like the move today for Nicholas Waugh. Again, the player that they added last night's defenseman Nick Blankenberg. Probably won't hear his name a lot. And if you are, something has went wrong for the Colorado Avalanche and their defensemen. But these are the 2 moves that have been made today. We kicked around the conversation, and of course it'll be more tomorrow. Is this enough? If Chris McFarland is done, are they in a better position today than they were just a few days ago before they started to make these deals? I do think they're better. They haven't addressed power play issues, but maybe some of that stuff is internal. We saw them change kind of body positions or player positions the other night. Maybe they continue to tinker with some of that stuff. If they're done, they've addressed third line center. They've added a depth piece break glass in case of emergency, and now it's on the top dogs, the top 6, the big guys, to do the heavy lifting the rest of the way. And that's
Let's
all
go
right.
Avs.
That's how it should be. All right, Cecil.
Let's go Nuggets, and these next 7 games are going to define everything.
I mean, listen to this schedule. Tonight at 8, a little after 8, because it's the national televised game. Nuggets and Lakers. Going to go back-to-back. Nuggets and Knicks. You're hosting both of those games. Monday night, and by the way, chance, slim but there, that Payton Watson would be available for Monday night's game against the Oklahoma City Thunder. I asked our buddy Jake Shapiro, I'm like, hey, let's both do some digging and see what we can find out. I'm like, do we have the same guy? Because we both came back with the same answer about Monday. So Monday, you're going to go to Oklahoma City. You'll get back Wednesday to Ball, hosting Kevin Durant and the Rockets. Then another back-to-back next week. You travel to San Antonio. You take on the alien that is Victor Wembanyama. Then you get the Lakers again at their barn on Saturday, March 14th. You'll have Sunday, Monday off, and then this will wrap up this tough 7-game stretch Tuesday, March 17th, a little St. Patty's Day against the Philadelphia 76ers, and Joel Embiid will find a way to not travel and play in that game because he's a sissy pants.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to play or whatever. So in this next 7 games, I want you right now on March 5th to give me a record. We did this with the Avs when we talked about they've got 5 games in 7 days. Okay, the Nuggets with this 7-game stretch. This is brutal, dude.
Yeah.
There's no way around this. I've seen brutal before. I know brutal. This is absolutely brutal. This is a brutal schedule for the Denver Nuggets, and I personally believe the way that they finish this 7-game run will give you kind of an anticipatory look at what they can do in the postseason. And if they come out of this thing smelling the wrong way, looking the wrong way, are we talking about a first-round exit for the Denver Nuggets?
Yikes.
It's 7 games. It's a 7-game series. Are you advancing or no?
I like how you put that.
Yeah. If this was a 7-game series, different opponents, different locations, because in a 7-game series you're going to play different places, but still, I look at all of these playoff teams and the Sixers, and I go...
The Sixers have actually been pretty good the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, they have. So I'm like, okay, what is your record? Because, dude... And I'm not a doomsayer. I'm emotional and opinionated, and I love these Denver Nuggets, but I am hard-pressed to find 4 wins here. Am I being negative Nelly or not?
See,
4-3. Can they be 4-3?
That's where I'm looking. I'm looking at 4-3.
I don't think they can.
I actually think they're going to go 2-0 tonight and tomorrow night. I think they win tonight.
Wait. No Payton, no AG tonight against the Lakers.
It's the Lakers. They own those chumps. I think they beat the Lakers tonight. Okay. I think there's a giant boost back in the locker room with Aaron tomorrow night.
Yes.
Plus, I'm never going to pick the Knicks. So there's 2-0 there.
You always have to get that in. By the way, I am not rooting for the Knicks. Okay?
I know.
Full disclosure, I will not be going to Ball Arena with Knicks gear on.
And then, Monday, it's Oklahoma City. It's going to be physical. It's going to be a huge matchup. It's at their barn. Right now, I'm looking at that as a loss.
Dude, they have more of a chance, in my opinion. We got to do a coffee bet on this or something because you're saying
7-game record.
You're saying 2-0.
Oh, just the 2
Brother,
games.
You're either somebody throwing a party or someone needs to do their shirt laundry.
Coffee bet for Monday?
Coffee bet for Monday
All
because I think it's more possible, and we're going to have to do it Tuesday because here's my coffee bet.
Okay.
I think it's more possible that you go 0-2 in the next 2 games and then you win.
Really?
Monday against OKC.
Really?
They play OKC well. They're going to be pissed off over this Lou Dort thing. They're going to be ready to go all worked up, pissed off, just like George Lucas said. I think that you could drop it against the Lakers tonight. You could drop it against the Knicks on Friday, and you could still beat OKC. But in 7 games, are they going to even win 4? The bare minimum. The minimum is 4 of these 7. So think of it like a playoff series.
Yeah.
This is a playoff series against playoff teams and the Sixers. But it's a series. Are they advancing or no? And I'm a little worried, man, or a lot worried that the answer is going to be no.
I look at it as
3 wins.
4
3 wins in the next 7.
I think their losses are at Oklahoma.
Okay.
Because I've got 2-0 and then lose on Monday. At San Antonio.
They beat OKC in OKC.
So there's 2 losses on the road, both OKC and San Antonio.
Okay.
And then they're going to play the Lakers twice.
The home cooking ain't good.
Well,
baby, we were there when the Bulls beat them.
Changes tonight.
We were there when the Bulls beat them.
Yeah, that was embarrassing.
Payton and AG, you got to be out there Monday. So if we just say in the 5 games where we feel, and we'll have to do this, and it's projecting, I understand. But, like, okay, AG and Payton are out there for 5 of the 7 games.
Mm-hmm.
Starting Monday, we know it's both. We don't know, but let's just guess. In those 5 games, what are you with Payton and AG? Because I think the first 2, Lakers tonight, Knicks Friday night, I'm not sure you're winning those.
Well,
man.
I was going to say, my of the 7 games, I think it's losses to Oklahoma City, San Antonio on the road, and when you go to L.A. to take on the Lakers, that's where it would be.
It has to be. But these next 7 games are so hypercritical for who are these Denver Nuggets? I think we still have questions about that. We don't have questions about the Colorado Avalanche. No. We know who they are. And they got better with Wah today. Who are the Denver Nuggets? Who can you be? When everybody's healthy, this can be a championship-level team. But mentally, are you there? Do they have the mind of a champion? And that's where
you're going to find that out tonight, how they start every single quarter.
Yeah. I'm not sure if David Ottoman has them in the right mindset. I hope I'm wrong. I hope in the next 7 games they win all 7. But hope isn't a strategy.
No.
What's the reality?
We're going 4-3. I feel real good about these next 2. Your confidence about them being bad has got me wavering on whether or not I should be this confident or not.
The coffee might taste a little bitter on Tuesday morning.
Always tastes better when you pay for it.
Yeah.
It's KKFN and KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver.
Longmont, Denver, as we look forward to the game tonight against the L.A. Lakers. What does it take? What do the Denver Nuggets need? And for me, it's a few things. Nikola Jokic, stop turning the ball over as much. That's been a problem post-All-Star break, even a little bit before the All-Star break. With Big Fella, we know he's the best player on the planet. We know that offensively he's going to put it in the net. As far as defensively, you just kind of hope what you can get from Joker. But for me, part of that offense and part of the love that you have also comes with don't turn the ball over, which means guys get open. Have those passing lanes open. Be ready for those passes from Big Fella so those turnovers don't turn into transition buckets. For the Lakers, you're going to have to handle Luka as much as you possibly can. Christian has a big thing on his plate tonight in terms of taking care of Luka as much as you can defensively and then offensively trying to fill it up as much as you can. I personally believe it's going to take something from somebody outside of your starters, whether that's Timmy Hardaway going ham, whether that's my man Julian Strawther going ham. I think there's a bit of a notion that it's going to take more. And this next 7 games, as the drive slides in here from 2 to 6 right here on the Fan, these next 7 games for the Denver Nuggets probably going to give us a clue as to how far this team can go.
Well, I would just say this, I liked your analogy, like, hey,
it's a 7-game series.
7-game series.
Yeah.
You know, can you didn't say this, but can you at least go 4-3 over this really tough stretch? I'm just expecting it to look clunky when Aaron Gordon comes back. You know what I mean? I just like reintegrating someone who hasn't been around. Like, when's the last time Aaron Gordon played in a basketball game for the Denver Nuggets?
Months.
Was that 2 months ago?
Months.
It
seems like forever.
It's been a very, very long time. And so, you know, what does that look like with him? Do you start him right out of the gate? Is he on a minutes restriction? You know, how long?
You bring him off the bench right out the gate to get his legs back underneath him.
Yeah, I mean, all that is going to be, discussed and under consideration. But, you know, so I liked your outlook, and I will probably have a similar conversation looking at that next 7-game slate and just how tough it is. But at the same time, I'm going to have to force myself, and it's hard. It's hard, but I'm going to have to show a little patience, even with 20 games left in the season. I think equally fun or fair question is how many games do you need to see the full complement of this roster together to make you feel comfortable going into the playoffs?
A while ago, and I basically had put the number at 10. You need 10 as a ramp up. We thought we were going to get 20. Tonight is 20.
Yeah.
Tonight is 20. So we had thought, oh, wow, Payton and AG are going to be back. We get 20 games. I'm still sticking with 10. You're going to get more than 10, provided that everyone stays healthy and there's not a re-aggravation. But it's getting late early. It's getting late early for the Denver Nuggets. And whereas I always do the parade meter, right? Where's our meter at for the parade? We feel really good about the Colorado Avalanche. I feel less good about the Denver Nuggets' chances at a parade than I did, 2 months ago.
I don't know how you couldn't. If you feel equal to how you felt before Aaron Gordon pulled his hamstring for a 3rd time within a 9-month period, and you're just like equally as optimistic, And then when Peyton Watson goes down and just how the team has looked and how they've performed in clutch games and how they've performed at home and how they've performed against winning teams, like all this stuff is pretty impactful. This is not like on Tuesdays when it's the first Tuesday of the month. Like, there's no niche stats that we're like hunting for here. It's problematic. They don't beat winning teams. They don't win at home, and they don't win in the clutch.
They don't win clutch.
Like
yeah.
those are two,
and they can't stay healthy.
So
there you go.
So it's all, you put it all together. I don't know how you can be equally as optimistic as you were 2 months ago. That being said, it's fair to like acknowledge all the stuff, say it's not good enough, it's got to get better, and then still say, hey, there's a scenario where this team is playing in the NBA Finals. Is it more far-fetched than it was 90 days ago? Yeah, but it still exists. Jamal's playing his best basketball. Jokic is rounding into form. You're getting Aaron Gordon back tomorrow night. There's just enough runway for this thing to still happen.
Who pushes the button, though, Phil? I've asked about championship mindset, and I've said, does David Adelman have this team with a championship mindset?
Yeah.
Because championship mindset is winning in the clutch, basically. So who's that? If it's not David Adelman, if he's too much of the good cop, they don't really have a bad cop. They don't have someone to kind of get in your kitchen.
Well, of course it's going to have to come from Jokic, but also it can come from someone like Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon's that guy, that glue guy, that brings the energy, that sets the tone, sets the tempo by his actions, but also he's not afraid to talk to Jokic. He's not afraid to talk to Jamal Murray or get in someone like Peyton Watson's butt if he has to.
We've seen him and Watson go at it before. And AG's the type of guy everyone's going to listen to.
I was going to say universally respected.
Yes. No, definitely. Yes. So, like, I would say Aaron Gordon, if he's healthy and mentally, like, all there, because you can go through an injury and you can be on the court, but if you're dealing with this hamstring and you're always thinking about it, you're not thinking about everybody else and what they have to do in a team play. You're thinking about how can I get through this game or as healthy as possible so I can get through the next game. So hopefully Aaron Gordon, when he is back, and maybe it's this Friday, he's truly ready to go. And whether it's 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I don't care. I just want to see him on that court playing some good defense, getting some offense and defensive rebounds, and doing his thing. Now, the question also becomes, this is why, like you say, you want at least 10 games. I want 15 if I can. I want to be a little bit more selfish.
Probably going to get 15.
So if we can get 15, and here's why. Hopefully Peyton Watson can get back in the mix here soon, because the question becomes, who is your starting five? And maybe, Zach, you have your starting five ready. Cecil, you have your starting five. Okay, you got Cam Johnson. Of course, you got Jokic, Jamal. You have AG. But is it Christian Brown or is it Peyton Watson?
Cam Johnson?
What's that?
Do you need Cam Johnson as a starter?
Well, we have to talk about this, man.
With the way he's playing, like, it's been problematic.
Well, I don't know, because
I'm out of grace with Cam Johnson.
Okay, maybe you're listening to Will, or maybe Will's listening to you, because Will had a crazy take yesterday, man, that I'm going to have to bounce off Z, and if he wants to get into it now, we can. But that's why I want 15 games, y'all. I want to know if you're experimenting, but who is going to be the starting five? Christian Brown or Peyton Watson?
Can I up the crazy ante?
Go ahead.
Is there any scenario, and I know the answer is yes, but how likely is it? KG said anything's possible, but how likely is it that someone or someone around Nikola Jokic is watching how this team looks at the end of this season? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, he didn't sign any sort of extension, right? So is someone around, and I get this from Jake Shapiro, because Jake said this is Milwaukee 2.0. And what I don't want is an international superstar that's disgruntled when your team can't win at all. Is there anyone around Joker that's kind of like, hey, how's this season going to end? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. How's this going to end? Now that's crazy.
Now, do I think that is going to happen? I don't. Almost in an abnormal way, it wouldn't. Because, and I say that because in most situations, when you have played at the level that Jokic has played, for as long as he has played at that level, and hasn't gotten the support over the years, this is in totality conversation.
Right.
It would be NBA unusual for it not to develop into a conversation like that. That's part of what makes this Jokic experience so atypical. I mean, and you think about the fans in Milwaukee and what it's been like for them this past year.
Yeah.
I mean, they've had their heart in their throats, not knowing what's next, and the rest of the world has had that conversation for them, even in ways that Giannis mostly hasn't. And the league has been basically on Giannis watch. It's been the biggest question facing the NBA from a narrative standpoint in this last year. Jokic is just so against the grain when it comes to this
Didn't
stuff.
we used to say that about Giannis, though?
Yeah, we did.
And you're not doing this, so I'm not saying you're doing this, and I don't want anyone else to do that. Phil may be doing this because he's a wild card here. But, I just don't want to take his specialness for granted.
Yeah.
He's always going to be here. It's like I always say, and these guys, I don't know why these guys don't want to wear cologne. We got a bunch of guys around here that stink. And I'm like, I wear cologne every day. You guys walk in, you probably smell my beautiful cologne. I change it up every day. Like, you can't stop trying. In a long-term relationship or a new relationship or whatever, you just can't stop trying. All old married guys out there, you can't stop trying. You still got to dress up and take them out and all that kind of stuff. I think with Joker, he's special. He's going to be here forever. He's not built like that. He's not wired like a regular NBA superstar. All that's true. But I'm still trying to impress that guy.
Totally.
Because I want him to want to stay forever and ever and ever and never have a thought or someone else close to him think or say something like, are you sure the Nuggets are doing everything for you?
Yeah.
We're in legacy talk. And, mess around, this team gets beat in the first round.
That would
How's
be
that
dramatic.
And this team gets beat in the second round. How's that going to feel?
Well,
Western Conference Final or bust was the plan. And I know injuries have knocked us off the plan, but damn it, I don't want that guy to get wandering eyes. Even as special as he is, and he'd never do that. We said the same thing about Giannis. And then what did Giannis do?
Well, I would just say a first-round exit would be detrimental. I mean, that would be detrimental. It would. To act like that couldn't happen is being naive. Do I think that's going to happen? I do not. But yeah, look, I remember saying at the end of last season with just how pathetic it looked around him. I said if this was a band and I'm the manager, I'm grabbing NSYNC. I'm grabbing Justin Timberlake, saying it's time to go solo.
It's time
right?
to go.
But again, Jokic just sees this. I think he has seen it differently. Will he continue that? A lot of my views have changed into my 30s, and just the way that I think about just things, and they're innumerable, to name. So maybe he, at a certain point in time after a first round exit, is thinking like that.
But here's the thing with that. Aren't the Nuggets trying? They went out there and got Cam Johnson. They traded away MPJ.
Yeah, they blew up their core.
They got some more depth pieces with JV, Tim Hardaway Jr. All right, brought back Bruce Brown. Aren't they trying? Julian Strother's starting to turn things around. Payton Watson, when healthy, is on another level. So if you're Jokic, it's like you're looking around. I would think, I don't know the man, but it's like they're trying. But also for Jokic, it's like he has to do his part too. It's not like he has been the best version of himself either, whether it's the injury with his knee, the wrist. So I think that when you look at this, I don't believe Jokic is going to want to go anywhere because they're showing Jokic that they're at least trying to change things up for that man. That's just my take.
Well, it depends how forceful does he view the trying part? Because in Milwaukee, they traded for one of the 75 greatest players of all time, 10-time All-Star. That's not exactly Cam Johnson.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it just depends on his view of it. But we're going to get into this throughout the afternoon. That's a big picture conversation. Huge game tonight. I'm going to be there. Cannot wait to break that one down. But shifting gears here, if one report revolving around the Broncos is true, then we're going to get some fun news within the next 4 days. That's next.
If the Broncos have to make a choice on one position group in the NFL draft, which one would it be?
I would definitely put the priority on tight end. If you can find, let's say all things being equal, and you find a running back and a tight end that you have equal grades on, and let's call them the second rounders, you got to take the tight end. Especially with the consideration here is we just have not been able to develop one in forever.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, everybody? Phil Lindsay here. And guys, let's cut to the chase. If you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, ED, all right, then you need to do something about it. And there's treatments out there that can help you out. Because guess what? As you already know, ED is an intimacy destroyer. And research out there shows that men can draw away from their partners when ED affects their sex life. The conditions can cause stress, anxiety, depression, and even worse. A man's partner can blame themselves when ED becomes a problem, and nobody's partner should be blaming themselves. But I'm here to tell you at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their treatments work when the pills and herbals fail you. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some of the treatments they have will have you last an hour or even more if you have that much stamina. What you have to do is schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Why? Because when you schedule that consult, your initial visit is only $99, which will include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And here's the thing, gentlemen. If the test dose does not work in the office, the visit is free. They also have 5 locations out there to serve you as well, so there are no excuses. Go get treated. You can go to Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So give Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic a call today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
When it's cold, the last